Chapter 685. Senior Huang, this one will listen to you regarding the matter of dealing with the Hongfu clan. When does Senior Huang plan to make a move against the Hongfu clan? Jianchen asked. Huang Tianba pondered for a moment before replying, as long as the Hongfu clan is not eliminated, my Huang clan will not be able to rest easy. Little brother Jianchen, in my opinion, the sooner this matter is settled, the better. I'm just worried that some unexpected variables might occur if we drag this out. If that's the case, then we might as well make a move now. With our current strength, dealing with the Hongfu clan won't be a difficult matter. It won't take us too long. Jianchen spoke, seemingly even more anxious than Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba's face was filled with joy as he nodded repeatedly. That's great. Then we'll leave now. Jianchen turned his head to look at the crowd and called out, Newbies, Jetta Tai, the two of you come here for a moment. Jetta Tai and Newbies glanced at Jianchen suspiciously before walking over with a heart full of doubts. How many times have I told you to call me the great Newbies? Why can't you listen? Forget it, who told you to have such abnormal talent? I, the great Newbies, am magnanimous enough to not bicker with a brat like you. Speak, why did you call me the great Newbies here? Newbies said in a dissatisfied tone as he arrived in front of Jianchen. Hearing Newbies' words, Jianchen and Huang Tianba couldn't help but laugh. This Newbies really placed too much importance on the word great. Newbies, didn't you not enjoy the battle a few days ago? Why don't you come with us in a bit? We're about to fight again. Jianchen said. Newbies was a magical beast in the first place. Although he looked no different from a human in his human form, the battle lust in his blood could not be changed no matter what. As soon as he heard that there was going to be another battle, he immediately became overjoyed. He excitedly said, Your human world is just too interesting. I once stayed in the Cross Mountains for over 100 years and rarely found an opponent. Ever since I came to the human world with you, I've been fighting every other day. Now I, the great Newbies, have realized just how wise of a choice it was to come to the human world with you. As soon as he reached there, Newbies seemed to think of something. His face slightly changed, and he said to Jianchen, Jianchen, I'll make it clear to you first. Don't find me any monstrously powerful opponents. I can barely deal with 6th Heavenly Layer Saint Rulers, but if my opponents are 7th Heavenly Layer Saint Rulers or above, don't blame me for abandoning you and running away by myself. Fighting experts like that is just asking for death. There's no chance of winning, even if I have a ruler armament. Towards the end, Newbies glanced at Huang Tianba, intentionally or otherwise. Huang Tianba chuckled, Newbies, the great Newbies, your worries are completely unnecessary. Our opponents this time won't be too powerful. They're 2/3 Heavenly Layer Saint Rulers. The only thing worth noting is that they have 2 ruler armaments. What? Both of them have ruler armaments? Newbies was slightly stunned. He subconsciously blurted out, Don't tell me it's the 2 old men who ran away a few days ago? Correct, it's them. Huang Tianba said. A relaxed smile appeared on Newbies' face as he said, That's not a problem. With their strength, I can deal with 3 of them by myself. However, they have ruler armament. Those things are not to be underestimated, so we can't touch them. I'll be responsible for keeping one of them busy. The 2 of you can deal with the other one. That's great. As for the other one, I'll work with little brother Jianchen. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Huang Tianba was clearly extremely happy. The Hongfu clan that had an irreconcilable enmity with the Huang family was finally going to disappear. Not only could this allow the Huang family to live a carefree life, but it also lifted a huge burden off the heart of the elder with the highest status in the Huang family. Newbies, this time you'll come with me and Senior Huang. Jetta Tai, you'll stay here and watch over things. Jianchen quickly assigned people. He did not allow Jetta Tai to come with them because that would be completely unnecessary. Furthermore, Jetta Tai would have his hands tied against opponents with ruler armaments. He would not be able to display his full strength. Afterwards, Jianchen bid farewell to everyone and left with Huang Tianba and newbies. They headed straight for the Hongfu clan. Over 100,000 kilometers away from the Flame Mercenaries was a magical beast forest that spanned over 10,000 kilometers. Even on the Tianyuan continent, the magical beast forest could be considered a medium-sized one because not only were there many magical beasts, there were even quite a few Class 5 magical beasts. It was rumored that there were even Class 6 magical beasts that could rival human Heaven Saint Masters in the depths of the magical beast forest. There were many kingdoms of various sizes in the surroundings of the magical beast forest. Large numbers of mercenaries would head to the outskirts of the magical beast forest every day to hunt a few low Class 5 magical beasts to feed their families. Of course, there were also a few Earth Saint Masters who believed themselves to be powerful who attempted to hunt Class 5 magical beasts in the depths of the magical beast forest, but without any exception, all of them returned safely and heavily injured. There was actually no one who succeeded. As for the Heaven Saint Masters, although a few of them had teamed up in an attempt to hunt Class 6 magical beasts in the depths of the magical beast forest, they all returned after a short while. They never set foot in the depths of the magical beast forest again, and they did not mention a single word about the situation in there. This was because a mysterious clan was hidden in the depths of the magical beast forest. The strength of this mysterious clan was enough to make all the Heaven Saint Masters who had ventured into the depths of the magical beast forest pale when they talked about it. This was because this clan, which did not have a lot of people, was so powerful that they could easily wipe out several kingdoms in the surroundings. At this very moment, in the deepest part of this magical beast forest, in a villa completely built with white marble, 3 old men were gathered in a completely sealed-off secret room. Chapter 686. A sliver of desire immediately flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes when he heard what the white-robed old man had said, but he concealed it soon after. He helplessly said, "Jean Tian, Jean Feng, I can only say that I'm extremely sorry this time. Jianchen actually has the support of the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. Even 2 ancient clans aren't his opponent, so there's no need for my puny family. Please forgive me for being powerless in this matter." The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Yen family, as well as the only saint ruler of the Yen family. He was a peak 4th heavenly layer saint ruler, more powerful than either of the 2 saint rulers of the Hongfu clan. In-law, there's no need for you to worry about Jianchen at all. Although I don't know how Jianchen is related to Jianchen, our Hongfu clan hasn't done anything else with him other than offending Jianchen over the tungsten alloy mine. I don't think this small matter is enough for Jianchen to become hostile with us. As long as the 2 of us can find a day to personally apologize, we should be able to resolve the unpleasantness from a few days ago and bury the hatchet. However, the one that really worries us is Huang Tianba. The enmity between the Huang family and our Hongfu clan has been accumulated from the previous generation. Although there haven't been any large-scale conflicts between our 2 clans in the past few years, there have been constant small conflicts in the dark. Both sides have suffered losses, so the enmity between the Hongfu clan and the Huang family is extremely deep. It's impossible to resolve it. As long as you assist us in destroying the Huang family this time, I'll give the dragon-slaying sword in my hand to you, Saint King Jean Tian said. With that, a meter-long and 2-finger-wide sword appeared in his hand. The entire sword was shrouded by a hazy glow, and only the blurry blade could be seen through the glow. The sword was covered in inscriptions, and at a closer glance, the inscriptions were actually leaping dragons. They were filled with a domineering aura. The patriarch of the Hongfu clan was indeed tempted. After a moment of hesitation, he hesitated for a moment before rejecting the offer. He said, "The matter probably isn't as simple as you think it is. According to the information I've gathered, a girl of the Huang family was originally supposed to marry into the Huanggu clan, but the marriage was unilaterally cancelled by the Huang family because of Jianchen's appearance. As a result, I feel like the relationship between Jianchen and the Huang family is even more complicated than you imagine. Our Yen family will definitely not get involved in this matter. Jianchen has the support of the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, and he seems to have some ties with the ancient clan. Coupled with his terrifying talent himself, Jianchen's talent, our Yen family doesn't dare to offend him. In-laws, the two saint rulers from the Hongfu clan became anxious. Just when Jin Feng wanted to persuade them, he was interrupted by the patriarch of the Yen family. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, there's no need to try and persuade us. I know extremely well what my Yen family is capable of. The relationship between the Huang family and Jianchen is complicated, and they even share a common enemy, so my Yen family will definitely not get involved. I've personally come today because I have something to tell the two of you. The marriage between our two families has been cancelled. From today onwards, our two families will go their separate ways. The matters of your Hongfu clan will have nothing to do with my Yen family, said the patriarch of the Yen family. The faces of the two saint rulers from the Hongfu clan immediately became extremely ugly. They had never thought that not only would they fail to rope in the Yen family, but they would even cut off all ties with the Yen family. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Hongfu clan. Yen Jingnan, have you come to cancel the marriage today? Jin Tian asked with an ugly expression. The patriarch of the Yen family sighed. His face was filled with helplessness. He softly said, I hope you can understand. My Yen family still needs to continue. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, why don't the two of you get out here? Today, the enmity between my Huang family and your Hongfu clan will be completely settled. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced through the various obstructions and clearly rang out from outside. The powerful sound waves caused the entire room to gently shake. That's that old bastard Huang Tianba's voice. He's actually come personally. The two saint rulers from the Hongfu clan became extremely ugly. Their Hongfu clan and the Huang family had been at a stalemate for countless years. They had never dared to engage in large-scale conflicts because they were similar in strength. Once they began fighting, neither side was certain of victory. Yet, Huang Tianba had actually come personally today, so it was obvious that he had found powerful reinforcements. He was extremely confident. Looks like I've come at a bad time today, the patriarch of the Yen family said with some regret. He then left the room first. Outside the Hongfu clan's manor, the originally tranquil manor suddenly became lively with Huang Tianba's shout. Over 1,000 members of the Hongfu clan had gathered outside. They all raised their heads to look at the three people floating in the air and discussed spiritedly. Many of their faces were filled with fear. They're from the Huang family. The Huang family has come for revenge. The people of the Huang family have actually come, and they even call the two great elders by their names. They must be saint rulers, Jianchen said to himself. Quick, report to the patriarch immediately. The ancestor of the Huang family has personally come. What's the point of reporting to the patriarch? Go invite the two great elders out. Pass down the order. The entire clan is on guard. The Huang family wants to declare war on our Hongfu clan. They must have sent a large group of people. The discussions of the clansmen of the Hongfu clan mixed with the orders of a few powerful people, causing the entire manor to become noisy. The people in the manor surged as all the experts hurried to the surroundings of the manor to prevent a large group of people from invading. Afterward, 3 figures flew out from behind the manor. They moved extremely quickly, crossing several kilometers in a flash. They stood before Jianchen, Nubis, and Huang Tianba. The 3 of them were the 2 saint rulers of the Hongfu clan and the patriarch of the Yen family. However, when the 2 saint rulers of the Hongfu clan saw Jianchen and the golden-robed Nubis standing beside Huang Tianba, their faces became extremely ugly. Looks like my guess was correct. Jianchen's relationship with the Huang family really isn't that simple. They've basically reached the point where they have a common enemy, the patriarch of the Yen family mumbled to himself. The patriarch of the Yen family also wondered inside. Jian Chun, newbies, and Huang Tianba had come together, which only confirmed his guess. Huang Tianba coldly glanced past the three of them and sneered. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, the two of you were right a few days ago. The enmity between our two clans has lasted for far too long. It's time to completely resolve it. Huang Tianba looked at the patriarch of the Yan family and said, Patriarch Yan, do you plan on fighting alongside the Hongfu clan? With that, the patriarch's face slightly changed. He quickly distanced himself from the two saint rulers of the Hongfu clan and smiled. I've specially come to the Hongfu clan today to annul the engagement. I'm not fighting alongside you. Huang Tianba, please don't misunderstand. The matters of the Hongfu clan will have nothing to do with my Yan family in the future. The patriarch of the Yan family knew that the Hongfu clan was done for, so he spoke without holding back at all. He directly cut off all ties with the Hongfu clan. Little brother Jianchen, I've offended you a few days ago, and I know my wrongs now. I hope that little brother Jianchen can be magnanimous and forgive me for my stupidity. I will definitely come personally with gifts to apologize in the future, the patriarch of the Yan family said to Jianchen. The patriarch of the Yan family then said to Jianchen. His tone was tactful, and his attitude was extremely sincere. He had completely let go of his dignity as a patriarch. This was because as long as he could get rid of Jianchen's dissatisfaction with the Yan family, he was willing to take a step back. After all, he could not afford to offend Jianchen. Jianchen was not petty when he saw how sincere the patriarch of the Yan family was. He straightforwardly said, As long as Patriarch Yan doesn't interfere with today's matters and you promise not to become enemies with us in the future, we'll forget about everything that happened a few days ago. Chapter 687. The patriarch of the Yan family knew just how powerful Jianchen was, and his talent was unprecedented on the Tian-Yuan continent. His future accomplishments would be far greater than what the patriarch could imagine. As a result, he immediately tried to curry favor with Jianchen as soon as he had the chance. He would never let go of any opportunity to befriend Jianchen. Patriarch Yan, you're too polite. If Jianchen needs any help in the future, I might have to trouble the Yan family. Jianchen clasped his hands with a smile. Jianchen clasped his hands at the patriarch of the Yan family with a smile. He did not reject the patriarch's attempt to curry favor with him. After all, the Yan family was a hermit clan with saint rulers. Their strength could not be underestimated. Whether it was for him, for the Chanyang prefecture, or for the flame mercenaries, maintaining a relationship with these clans was a good thing. It was definitely not a bad thing. Ha ha ha, it's no trouble at all. My Yan family is extremely happy to help little brother Jianchen deal with any matters within our abilities. The patriarch laughed from the bottom of his heart. He was extremely happy. Little brother Jianchen, I won't take up any more of your time. I just happen to have some matters to deal with in the Yan family, so I'll be taking my leave first. If little brother Jianchen has the time in the future, you're welcome to visit the Yan family. The patriarch did not stay for long. He left after bidding farewell to Jianchen. The two saint rulers from the Hongfu clan stared at the patriarch of the Yan family with sunken faces. They were extremely furious that the patriarch had cut ties with them at such a crucial moment, but they were also filled with helplessness. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, the conflict between our clans has already lasted for several thousand years. It should end today, right? Huang Tianba sneered at the two saint rulers from the Hongfu clan. A golden bow had already appeared in his hand. It was a ruler armament, the Sun and Moon bow. Jin Tian and Jin Feng ignored Huang Tianba. One of them looked at Jianchen and said, Jianchen, we have indeed gone a little too far regarding the tungsten alloy mine a few days ago. We sincerely apologize to you right now, and we hope that you will not interfere with the matters between the Hongfu clan and the Huang family. As long as you and this friend choose to stand by, we will gift you a ruler armament. What do you think, Jianchen? Jianchen sneered disdainfully when he heard that. He did not say anything. Seeing how Jianchen remained silent, one of the saint rulers from the Hongfu clan continued, Jianchen, if you're not satisfied with this reward, we can add another condition. In the future, our Hongfu clan will do 3 things for you without any conditions, as long as it does not exceed our abilities. Are you satisfied with that? Ha 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 ha, Jin Tian, Jin Feng, your actions have really broadened my horizons. I never thought that you would actually have thoughts like that, but I'd advise you to give up. How can little brother Jianchen be roped in by you just because of something so small? Huang Tianba laughed aloud. His gaze toward the 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan was filled with mockery. Senior Huang is correct. You too should give up on that thought, Jianchen agreed with Huang Tianba. The expressions of the 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan changed. They said, what if we gift you 2 ruler armaments? As long as Jianchen and that friend stand by and don't interfere with the matters between the Hongfu clan and the Huang family. This time, the 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan had gone all out because they understood that if Jianchen and newbies worked together with Huang Tianba, they would have no chance of victory even if they had ruler armament. Jin Tian, Jin Feng, cut the crap. Once we kill the 2 of you, the 2 ruler armaments in your hands will still end up in our hand. Take this, Huang Tianba sneered. Huang Tianba sneered. Next, he drew his longbow and a gold-colored energy arrow quickly took form. Transforming into a golden beam of light, it shot towards one of the cultivators with lightning-like speed. The 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan knew that it was impossible to dodge the arrow of the sun and moon bow. They reacted quickly and drew their ruler armaments at the same time. The 2 ruler armaments shone with dazzling light in their hands as powerful ripples of energy caused the surrounding space to violently distort. Afterward, the 2 of them swung their ruler armaments at the same time and shot out 2 powerful beams of energy at the incoming golden arrow of energy. Boom! The golden arrow of energy collided with the 2 beams of energy from the ruler armaments in the air, erupting with a deafening boom. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in all directions, causing a violent gale to sweep through the sky. At the center of the collision, the space there had already been shattered. A fist-sized black hole had appeared, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. Every clash between saint rulers was earth-shattering. The powerful ripples of energy from the clash this time reached the villa below, immediately causing the ground to crack and many buildings to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the undamaged villa had become a mess. Great newbies, the 2 of them are similar in strength. You can keep one of them busy. Little brother Jianchen, you and I will kill the other one together, Huang Tianba said with some excitement. Huang Tianba's tone carried a bit of excitement. The enemy that had blocked the Huang clan's heart for thousands of years was about to be eliminated. This made him very excited. I'll deal with the one on the right. Newbies clenched his fists. In the next moment, there was a flash of golden light and he disappeared from where he was, directly charging toward Jin Feng who wielded a spear. Senior Huang, use your ruler armament to keep him busy. I'll go deal with him, Jianchen said to Huang Tianba before charging toward Jin Tian. Before he had become a saint ruler, he could already contend against 4th heavenly layer saint rulers. Now that he had become a saint ruler, Jianchen was eager to test his current strength. Little brother Jianchen, be careful of his ruler armament. Don't clash head-on with it. Huang Tianba could not stop him in time, so he could only warn his subordinates. The 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan became unprecedentedly stern. They glanced at the destroyed villa below and, as if they had a tacit understanding, they turned into blurs and used spatial force to quickly flee into the distance. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Newbies sneered. He then used spatial force to chase after them. Jianchen did not hesitate either. He also used spatial force to chase after Jin Tian, but since Jin Tian was stronger than him and his comprehension of spatial force was far greater than Jianchen's, Jianchen had been pulled several kilometers behind in the blink of an eye. Huang Tianba calmly stood where he was and slowly drew his bow. He directly shot out an invisible arrow of energy. The arrow was formed from world force, so it was formless. It was impossible to discover its existence with the naked eye. The energy arrow formed by the power of heaven and earth locked onto Jin Tian's aura. It seemed to have the ability to travel through space. It chased after Jin Tian at a speed faster than Jin Tian's. In an instant, it crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived behind Jin Tian. P.S. Students who are taking part in the college entrance exam, study well. Be at ease and look forward to passing the exam. Chapter 688. Sensing the invisible arrow that was about to hit his back, Jin Tian no longer cared about running away. He immediately stopped in his tracks as Saint Force surged from his body into his ruler armament, causing it to shine with a dazzling light. As the light shone, it even suppressed the scorching sun in the sky. At the same time, the boundless energy spread out in all directions, causing the world to tremble. It was as if space was about to explode from the powerful energy. Ha! Jin Tian suddenly bellowed out. The ruler armament in his hand turned into a silver-white streak of light as it swung down like a bolt of lightning, creating a 3-meter-long, pitch-black crack in the space before him. Boom! The ruler armament collided with the invisible arrow formed from the energy of the world, resulting in an explosion that was even more intense than before. Berserk shockwaves of energy filled the entire space, causing the space within a 100-meter radius to violently distort. After the blow, Jin Tian's face turned pale in the blink of an eye. A low muffled groan came out of his throat with difficulty, and his figure flew back uncontrollably. He had already suffered some internal injuries. Although he and Huang Tianba both possessed ruler armaments, the difference in strength was just too great. Moreover, Huang Tianba's attack was formed from world force, so it was not something Saint Force could compare to. As a result, Jin Tian had already suffered some light injuries from the first clash. Jin Tian's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. He flew back several kilometers before gradually stabilizing. He looked at Huang Tianba, who was chasing from afar, with an ugly expression. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "The two of us are definitely not a match for Huang Tianba and the other two. If we continue to stay here, only death awaits us. Forget it, where there is life, there is hope. Preserving my life is the most important thing. As long as I'm alive, even if the Hongfu family is destroyed, I can still rebuild it in the future." Jin Tian had already lost the will to fight and had thoughts of retreating. However, just as Jin Tian was about to use all his strength to escape, the space in front of him fluctuated slightly. He saw that Jianchen, who could also use the power of space, had caught up from behind and directly punched towards Jin Tian's head. Jianchen's punch was very ordinary, and it did not carry any energy fluctuations. It looked like a punch without any power. However, such an ordinary punch made Jin Tian's expression turn solemn. He did not dare underestimate this attack, because he could clearly feel that wherever Jianchen's punch passed, the surrounding space seemed to be compressed by a powerful force. Jin Tian didn't dare to be careless. The Saint Force in his body surged like a surging river in his hand. He sent a vast amount of Saint Force at Jianchen. He did not hold back in this attack and directly used his full strength. When the fist and palm collided, a muffled sound erupted. It was like a muffled clap of thunder resounding between heaven and earth. Violent energy waves erupted from the point of contact between the two people's fists and palms, wildly rushing in all directions. It was as if a gust of wind had appeared in the sky. Crack! The bones in Jin Tian's left arm shattered inch by inch. His left arm drooped down powerlessly. How is this possible? Just what kind of power is this? It's actually so powerful. Jin Tian stared at Jianchen in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. He could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force hidden in Jianchen's fist. Furthermore, it was a mysterious force that he had never seen or heard of before. This force was far more powerful than the saint force he possessed. As soon as the two of them collided, the surging saint force in his left arm was dispersed by this mysterious and powerful force. A cold smile appeared on Jianshan's face. He said, "Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. At least you can rest in peace. This power is called chaotic force." "Chaotic force?" Jin Tian murmured. His face was filled with doubt. Clearly, he had never heard of chaotic force before. However, Jianshan did not give him any time to react. Chaotic force descended from every inch of his body, pushing the abnormal defensive power of chaotic force to the limit. He then swung his fist at Jin Tian again. Chapter 689. Brother Jianshan, be careful of the ruler armament in his hand. Don't clash head-on with the ruler armament. Huang Tianba's warning flashed through Jianshan's head, but Jianshan did not consider dodging the ruler armament. A sliver of madness flashed through his eyes as the chaotic Niden in his dantian spat out a large amount of chaotic force, which all gathered in his right fist. He directly swung his fist toward the ruler armament. This time, Jianshan wanted to use his body to take on the powerful ruler armament because he was confident in the defense of the chaotic body. Moreover, with Jin Tian's strength at the third heavenly layer and the ruler armament, he was around the fourth heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. He was on par with Sidu Qing of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, but he definitely would not be stronger than a fifth heavenly layer Saint Ruler. Although an attack like that could injure Jianshan's chaotic body, it would not be enough to heavily injure him. "Jianshan, you're courting death." Jin Tian sneered when he saw Jianshan actually use his body to take on the ruler armament. His eyes were filled with mockery because the ruler armament was so powerful that even sixth heavenly layer saint rulers would not dare to take it on with their bare hands, let alone Jianshan, who was far weaker than them. Bang! Jianshan's fist collided with the ruler armament, producing the sound of metal clashing. Jianshan's fist did not seem to be made of flesh and blood, but extremely tough metal. The fist and the king weapon separated as soon as they came into contact with each other. Both of them were bounced back by the powerful rebounding force. The two of them were also sent flying back by the powerful rebounding force. They were only able to stabilize themselves after flying 100 meters away. A vicious wound had appeared on Jianshan's right fist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Half of the bones in his fingers had been severed, and blood dyed his entire hand red. 100 meters away, Jin Tian's eyes were wide open as he stared at Jianshan's hand in shock. His face was filled with disbelief as he cried out, How is this possible? What is your hand made of? How can a human's body become so tough? I used a king armament, but it didn't cut off your arm. No, this is impossible." Jianshan could not help but sneer when he saw Jin Tian's shocked face. He glanced at his bloody right hand and with a thought, the chaotic Niden in his dantian immediately spat out a large amount of chaotic force, which then quickly flowed into Jianshan's right hand. At that moment, the extremely destructive chaotic force seemed to have transformed into life force with extremely powerful healing abilities. It actually healed Jianshan's wound at a faster rate than Radiant Saint Force. Although Jianshan's chaotic body already possessed very powerful healing abilities, Jianshan had discovered even more uses for the chaotic force after using it for so long. If he gathered the chaotic force around his wound, it would heal even faster. The wound on Jianshan's right hand actually healed at a visible rate. Whether it was the cracked skin or the severed fingers, they were all recovering. Even the blood on his hand seemed to come alive, shrinking back into the wound bit by bit. Jin Tian's eyes had widened to the size of bells as he stared at Jianshan's hand. This was the first time he had seen such an unbelievable scene in all his years of life. A few seconds later, Jianshan's right hand had completely healed. It seemed no different from before. There was not even a single trace of blood left behind. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is definitely impossible. Jean Tian's heart churned as he murmured in a daze. Even with his mental fortitude as a saint ruler, he was deeply shocked by the strange scene before him. While Jean Tian was in a daze, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated slightly. An arrow completely condensed from the yuan qi of heaven and earth had silently arrived in front of him, directly piercing through his chest before he could react. Spurt! A finger-sized hole appeared in Jean Tian's chest, and it rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had become the size of a fist, piercing through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out of Jean Tian's body like a fountain, dyeing his clothes red very soon. A muffled groan mixed with pain came from Jean Tian's throat. His face turned pale in an instant, and his body, which was suspended in the air, swayed for a while. He almost fell down. Being struck by an arrow condensed from the energy of the world definitely did not feel good. Just the arrow alone was enough to heavily injure a mighty saint ruler. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He knew that this was a perfect opportunity to kill Jean Tian. With a flash, he used spatial force to cross 100 meters and arrived before Jean Tian. His right fist, which had just recovered, was filled with surging chaotic force as he hurled it toward Jean Tian's head. Jean Tian was heavily injured, so his abilities were greatly reduced. Jianshan's fist seemed to have fused with space, striking Jean Tian's head with lightning speed. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jean Tian's head was struck, and his entire body was blown far away. His skull had cracked, and blood seemed to bloom in the air like a beautiful flower. Jianshan knew that it was impossible to kill a saint ruler as long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his opponent's head was shattered. Without any hesitation, he used spatial force to catch up to Jean Tian. He threw another vicious punch at Jean Tian's head. Slap! This time, Jean Tian's entire head was blown to pieces by Jianshan's punch. Blood splattered along with white matter, and Jean Tian lost the ability to float, falling from the sky. Looking at Jean Tian's shattered head, Jianshan finally let out a sigh of relief. Killing a saint ruler really was difficult. If Jean Tian had not been heavily injured by Huang Tianba's arrow, he definitely would not have been able to kill a saint ruler so easily. Jian Chen's gaze landed on the ruler armament that was still in Jean Tian's corpse's grasp. He immediately grabbed it, and the ruler armament model flew out of Jean Tian's hand and into Jian Chen's. Holding this thin sword that was about the same size as the light wind sword, Jianshan immediately felt like he had returned to the feeling of roaming the world with a sword. With a sword in hand, the world was his. Jianshan could not help but smile with joy. Now that he had finally found a suitable weapon, he was unable to suppress his excitement. At this moment, Jian Chen's face froze. He immediately shifted his gaze away from the ruler armament he had just obtained and stared down with shining eyes. From the shattered skull, a faint white light suddenly floated out. As soon as the white light appeared, it quickly fled into the distance with lightning speed. Just when the white light had just flown a few hundred meters away, a golden arrow chased after it from behind like lightning, directly piercing through the white light. Ah! A miserable shriek came out from the white light. Soon after, the white light quickly dissipated in midair. In a moment it had disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 690. So that's how it is. And here I thought that saint rulers were the same as heaven saint masters. As long as their heads are destroyed, their souls will be destroyed. Jianshan came to a realization. However, he was still rather puzzled. Why couldn't he sense the soul that Huang Tianba spoke of? Is it because the sword spirits have fused with my consciousness, causing a change in my soul? Is that why I can't condense a soul? Jianshan secretly asked himself. Huang Tianba chuckled and said, "The souls of saint rulers are extremely tenacious. They're not as weak as the souls of heaven saint masters. Just destroying their heads isn't enough to destroy their souls. It'll take a lot of effort. If we let Jean Tian's soul escape this time, he'll recover to his original state before long." Hearing that, A sliver of surprise flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He said, "Are saint rulers able to reconstruct their bodies with just their souls?" "That's not it. Although saint rulers are powerful, they don't have such a terrifying ability." Huang Tianba shook his head and explained, "That's because the souls of saint rulers have the ability to possess others. They can forcefully take over the bodies of others and continue living in another form." Possess? I never thought that saint rulers would have such an ability. Hearing Huang Tianba's explanation, Jianshan gained a new understanding of the abilities of saint rulers. Huang Tianba's gaze landed on the ruler weapon in Jianshan's hand. He said, "This is one of the two great weapons of the Hongfu clan, the dragon-slaying sword. Legend has it that the original owner of this saint weapon used this sword to kill an azure dragon that had reached the peak of Class 7. It was stained with the azure dragon's blood, so this sword was called the dragon-slaying sword by its first owner. Little brother Jianshan, do you like this sword?" Jianshan's gaze immediately landed on the ruler weapon he had just obtained. Perhaps it was because it had lost the saint force, but the dragon-slaying sword was no longer as dazzling as before. There was only a layer of hazy light covering the entire sword, making it look extraordinary. Through this hazy treasure light, Jianshan could vaguely see that there was indeed a dragon-shaped pattern on the 2 fingers wide blade of the dragon-slaying sword. It was very lifelike, and he did not know how it had appeared on it. Holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, Jianshan could not help but reveal a deep sense of joy on his face. Then, his entire aura suddenly changed, instantly changing from an ordinary person to an unsheathed treasured sword, revealing its sharpness. At this moment, Jianshan's entire being had changed. It was as if he had completely turned into a divine sword, a peerless divine sword that pierced the heavens and earth. Huang Tianba's expression turned solemn. He could sense a soaring sword qi from Jianshan's aura. Chapter 691. Seeing Huang Tianba rapidly approach from afar, newbies laughed aloud. "I don't need your help. I can deal with him by myself." Newbies suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light. Countless golden threads shot out from his body and shot toward Jin Feng with lightning-like speed. A portion of the golden threads wrapped around the ruler armament in Jin Feng's hand, while another portion wrapped around Jin Feng's body. It wrapped around him like a silkworm egg, completely restricting his mobility. Arg! Jin Feng let out an angry roar towards the sky. The saint force in his body surged out like a flood, attempting to break the golden threads binding his body. However, the golden threads were not ordinary. Not only were they abnormally tough, they were extremely flexible as well. No matter how hard Jin Feng tried, he was unable to break free. "Old man, unless you have the strength of a 4th heavenly layer saint ruler, don't even think about breaking free from the restraints of my golden threads. In front of the great newbies, you don't even have the ability to escape." Newbies could not help but mock Jin Feng as he tried his best to break free from the restraints of the golden threads. Afterward, with a flash, he arrived before Jin Feng in an instant with the help of spatial force. His right hand formed a claw as it pierced through the golden threads and into Jin Feng's chest. He pulled out the bloody heart in Jin Feng's chest. Newbies' eyes flickered with a red light as he smelled the thick smell of blood in the air. The pungent smell of blood had gradually aroused the bloodthirsty nature of his bloodline. Newbies cruelly stared at Jin Feng, who was in great pain from the restraints of the golden threads. He tightened his grip and immediately crushed the heart in his hand. He sneered, "Isn't it painful? I, the great newbies, have not killed anyone for who knows how many years. As the first human saint ruler to die in the hands of the great newbies, you should feel honored. Now let me end your life completely." A ball of golden light suddenly appeared in Newbies' right hand. The power of the golden-striped silver snake had already gathered in his right hand. However, just as he was about to crush Jin Feng's head and destroy his soul, a soaring sword qi suddenly appeared in the distance. The The sword chi was so sharp that it was rarely seen in the world. It was as if the surrounding air was about to become a terrifying gas with great destructive power. In the next moment, a loud voice accompanied by the soaring sword chi came from the distance. "Newbies, let me deal with him." The red light flashing in Newbies' eyes gradually disappeared. The bloodthirsty nature that had just been aroused in his bloodline also slowly dissipated. As a 7th-grade magical beast, although he couldn't change some of his innate characteristics, he was already able to freely control his own emotions. Newbies quickly returned to normal. He turned his head to look at the sword-wielding Jianchen who was rapidly approaching from the distance. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes as he muttered, "Isn't it just a ruler weapon? Why does it feel like this Jianchen has suddenly become a completely different person? This aura actually makes even me feel shocked. Whatever, since you want to deal with this old man, I, the great Newbies, will let you have him. Let me, the great Newbies, see just how powerful you are with your aura." The golden threads binding Jin Feng were taken back by Newbies and Jin Feng regained control of his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately used everything he had and desperately fled into the distance. A cold smile appeared on Huang Tianba's lips as he said, "In front of my Sun Moon Bao, there has never been a saint ruler that has successfully escaped." Huang Tianba took off the Sun Moon Bao from his back, and a golden arrow condensed from Saint Force quickly took shape. But just as Huang Tianba was about to shoot the arrow, a soaring sword chi came from the distance. Jianchen, who was still several kilometers away, had directly slashed out with his sword. A meter-long sword chi shone with a bright black light as it shot towards the fleeing Jin Feng with unbelievable speed. The sword chi was completely condensed from chaotic force and contained an extremely terrifying power. Wherever the sword chi passed, the space there would be directly cut apart. This sword chi seemed to be able to pass through space. It was so fast that it completely surpassed Jin Feng's speed. Jin Feng had only escaped a few kilometers before the sword chi caught up to him. Then the sword chi pierced through his back like a hot knife through butter. Arg! Jin Feng immediately let out a miserable cry. Chaotic force was extremely powerful, and when the sword chi condensed from chaotic force passed through his body, a tiny strand of chaotic force was left in his body. At this moment, this tiny strand of chaotic force was wildly wreaking havoc in his body. In the blink of an eye, it had shattered all of his internal organs. His powerful Saint Force was actually unable to do anything to this tiny strand of chaotic force. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to erase this strand of chaotic force. What is this power? Jin Feng's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful energy in his body. In the past, he had never seen or heard of this kind of energy because the strength of this energy had already surpassed his understanding of the various types of energy on the Tian Yuan continent. What power! This strike is actually no weaker than a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler. How has little brother Jianchen become so powerful? Even if he has a ruler armament, it's impossible for his strength to increase by such a large amount. Huang Tianba was extremely shocked. The power of Jianchen's strike had stunned him because he knew extremely well that Jianchen was someone who had just become a saint ruler. However, when Huang Tianba thought about how extraordinary Jianchen was and how he could not be judged by common sense, he relaxed. He stared at Jianchen with a complicated expression and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Looks like the publicly acknowledged greatest expert of the Tian Yuan continent will descend again soon. Little brother Jianchen has reached such an unbelievable level of achievement in his 20s. Aside from the city lord of Mercenary City, Mo Tianyun, there's probably no one else with such talent on the Tian Yuan continent." Newbies was also filled with shock. He stared at Jianchen in a daze as his heart was in turmoil. He had obviously sensed the power of Jianchen's strike. Even in his beast form, he would not dare to take the strike head-on. As a magical beast, he possessed a unique advantage. He was stronger than humans in many aspects. Newbies could clearly sense that there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in Jianshan's strike. Not only was the power extremely brutal, it was also destructive. With the terrifying instincts of magical beasts, newbies could even sense that nothing in the world could stop the destruction of this terrifying power. There's actually no record of this terrifying power in my inherited memories. Does that mean it has never appeared on the Tianyuan continent? Perhaps it has never been seen by a golden-striped silver snake. Now I'm becoming more and more suspicious about whether Jianshan is Mo Tianyun's reincarnation or not. Aside from Mo Tianyun, who else on the Tianyuan continent possesses such terrifying talent and battle prowess? The power that Mo Tianyun uses is also extremely terrifying. Newbies looked at Jianshan with an extremely complicated gaze. At that moment, Jianshan's position in his heart had undergone a subtle change. Jianshan had fused with his sword, turning himself into a sword. His entire body seemed to have become a sharp sword as he shot towards Jin Feng with lightning speed. Although his speed was not as fast as when he used spatial force, it was not much slower. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan arrived before Jin Feng. He immediately poured the chaotic force in his body into the ruler armament in his hand. The ruler armament's glow was immediately suppressed as it shone with a jet-black luster. Jianshan's arm rapidly danced as the dragon-slaying sword in his hand instantly turned into a dense net of swords that enveloped Jin Feng. Every single strike that Jianshan struck out contained some sort of mystery. His swordsmanship was exquisite, as if it had been created by nature. It was flawless without any flaws. Arg! Jin Feng let out a miserable shriek as he was enveloped by the net of swords. Blood constantly spurted out. In just 2 breaths of time, the dignified saint ruler Jin Feng had become a bloodied man. His body was covered in terrifying wounds, and there was not a single part of him that was unscathed. In less than a breath's time, Jianshan had left over 1,000 wounds on Jin Feng's body. Newbies and Huang Tianba, who were watching the battle from afar, both sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at Jianshan in shock. At that moment the two of them had the same thought: what a fast sword! I never thought that little brother Jianshan would be so terrifying when using the sword. I've underestimated him before. I'm afraid this is little brother Jianshan's true strength. This kind of sword speed is too terrifying. In terms of speed, who could be his opponent? Huang Tianba secretly said in his heart. So, at that moment, a sword light flashed and the dragon-slaying sword turned into an afterimage as it slid past Jin Feng's neck. Jin Feng's head and body were instantly separated as his head flew high into the air. Chapter 692. Jin Feng's body fell from the sky powerlessly, heavily smashing into a mountain below. A saint ruler had died just like that. Jianshan stood there with his sword in his hand. The shocking presence he gave off slowly receded as well. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword had become as simple as before. The unique characteristics of a saint ruler reappeared on him. Although he seemed to be standing there casually, he seemed to have completely fused with the space around him, fusing with the surroundings. Jianshan withdrew the chaotic force he had channeled into the dragon-slaying sword without holding back at all. The glossy, black light on the sword had already dispersed and the hazy glow that had been suppressed by the chaotic force reappeared, obscuring the original appearance of the sword. Jianshan hovered in the air as he glanced at Jin Feng's corpse with mixed feelings. 2 saint rulers from the Hongfu clan had died today, but only Jin Feng could be considered a saint ruler who had truly died to his hands. This was because he had personally destroyed Jin Feng's soul, unlike Jin Tian's soul, which had been destroyed by Huang Tianba. Jianshan's emotions were slightly stirred after personally killing a saint ruler because experts like that were rare on the Tianyuan continent. Not only were they few in number, but every single one of them was a great figure. They were existences that truly stood at the apex of the continent. Brother Jianshan's performance has truly broadened my horizons. I never thought that Brother Jianshan's mastery of the way of the sword would be so great. It's actually so terrifying when you use the sword. There probably won't be a second person on the Tianyuan continent who can match your unparalleled speed. Huang Tianba had arrived before Jianshan at some point in time, as he praised in amazement. However, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was not trying to curry favor with Jianshan. Newbies flew over from afar as well. He stared at Jianshan with an extremely mixed expression and said, "The strike you used before was no weaker than a 5th heavenly layer Saint Ruler. I never thought that after breaking through to Saint Ruler and wielding a ruler armament, your strength would actually undergo such a drastic change." Jianshan's expression did not change at all as he listened to the two people behind him. He remained as calm as before. He stared at the dragon-slaying sword in front of him in a daze and said, "It's all because of this sword. If it weren't for this sword, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill a Saint Ruler so easily. Even though he was heavily injured, as long as I had the sword in hand, my strength would be extraordinary. Looks like this ruler armament is a perfect match for you, Brother Jianshan. Only in the hands of a sword expert like you can such a precious ruler armament not disgrace its status. In the past, the ruler armament in Jin Tian's hands truly drowned out its brilliance." Huang Tianba could not help but praise. Then, he looked down and waved his hand. A 3-meter-long spear that was as thick as his wrist flew up from below. It was shining with a misty light. Huang Tianba studied the spear for a while before handing it over to Jianshan. He smiled. "Brother Jianshan, this ruler armament was originally called the God-slaying spear. It's a very bold name. Just like the dragon-slaying sword, it's a treasure of the Hongfu clan, passed down from generation to generation. Now that Jin Feng and Jin Tian are dead, the God-slaying spear in my hands should belong to you, Brother Jianshan." Jianshan looked away from the dragon-slaying sword with some reluctance. He studied the God-slaying spear. Although the name was bold, there was nothing special about the spear. It was no different from a regular spear. The only difference was that it possessed the presence of a ruler armament. "Senior Huang, this sword is enough for me. You should keep this ruler armament. With 2 ruler armaments, your Huang clan's strength will increase by quite a bit." Jianshan refused in a roundabout manner. Huang Tianba laughed. Huang Tianba chuckled and said, "My Huang family is not like those ancient clans that can possess multiple ruler armaments. To my Huang family, the more ruler armaments we have, the better. This thing is like a hot potato. With each additional ruler armament, we need more power to protect it. Although my Huang family has resolved our feud, having a single ruler armament is enough. Moreover, there is no one in my Huang family that uses a spear, so this god-slaying spear is useless to my Huang family. Little brother Jianshan, please accept it." Jianshan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still accepted the god-slaying spear and said, "If that's the case, then I'll accept this god-slaying spear for now." Ha ha ha, there's no need for little brother Jianshan to be so polite. Without little brother Jianshan's help, the old man wouldn't have been able to kill Jin Tian and Jin Feng so effortlessly. This is what little brother Jianshan deserves. Huang Tianba paused and cupped his hands towards Jianshan. "Little brother Jianshan, the 2 saint rulers of the Hongfu clan are dead, but their remaining forces are still deeply rooted. The old man must immediately return to the Huang clan to make some arrangements. He must eliminate all future troubles. Farewell." Huang Tianba immediately left for the Huang clan after bidding farewell to Jianshan, leaving behind Jianshan and newbies hovering in the air by themselves. Jianshan looked at the ruler armament in his hand before passing it to newbies. He smiled. "Newbies, you've done well today. I have no use for this spear, so you should take it." Newbies was deeply touched by Jianshan's generosity. He smiled faintly. "I'm not used to using this. At the same time, I'm a golden-striped silver snake, a beast of antiquity. My battle prowess is extremely great, so I don't need any external items. As a result, you should take it back. Don't forget that you still have a large group of people under you. Giving it to them when the time is right is not a bad idea. It'll even increase the strength of your flame mercenaries. It looks like I won't be able to give away my ruler weapon, the soul-slaying spear. Jian Chun smiled bitterly as he put the spear away. He directly tossed it into his space ring. Newbies, let's go back as well. Yes, great newbies. Jianchen took the space rings from the two of them before leaving. He returned to the flame mercenaries. During this period of time, the flame mercenaries became more and more renowned. With 3 saint rulers present, the flame mercenaries had been pushed to the level of a peak organization, without a doubt. They were the most powerful existence within a radius of 200,000 kilometers. Only the hermit clans that remained hidden in the mountains and forests could stand up to the flame mercenaries. However, the captain of the flame mercenaries, Jianchen, had become a household name among the hermit clans. Last time, several hermit clans and the 2 ancient clans had fought over the tungsten alloy. In the end, Jianchen had managed to invite the Grand Elder of Mercenary City and heavily injure the Holy Emperor of the Aoyun clan with a single glance. The news had spread far and wide among the hermit clans, causing them to become afraid of provoking the flame mercenaries. As a result, the flame mercenaries had been living rather peacefully during this time. The matter of mining the tungsten alloy was carried out with great fanfare. They did not hide it at all. Not only did they spend a large amount of money to hire a large number of people to mine the ore, they even recruited people from the surrounding kingdoms. As a result, the flame mercenaries could harvest a large amount of tungsten alloy every day. 2 days later, the upper echelon and a few important people of the flame mercenaries gathered in the discussion hall of the flame mercenaries. Jianchen held the sleeping white tiger in his arms as he calmly sat at the very front. He seemed like a leader. Brother, this is a sketch drawn up by Sister Yu and I along with the higher-ups of the mercenary group. Now that we have an inexhaustible supply of tungsten alloy in our hands, we plan to use this batch of tungsten alloy to build a city. A city completely made of tungsten alloy. I wonder if you have any objections. Brother, your sister's suggestion is pretty good. Using tungsten alloy to build a city is unprecedented on the Tianyuan continent. If the city really is built, I can swear that it will definitely be the toughest, most powerful, and most valuable city on the Tianyuan continent. Even the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent will not be able to compare to it, Ming Dong excitedly said. Jianchen roughly glanced at the plan on the paper and nodded with a smile. Lianrur, I'll leave this matter to you too. You've thought things through very thoroughly, and I'm at ease when you do things. If it's possible, we'll follow your suggestion and use tungsten alloy to build the toughest city on the Tianyuan continent. All right, brother. Bai Lian was overjoyed. She was the one who had thought of the suggestion in the first place. As soon as she thought about how the toughest city on the Tianyuan continent would be built under her plans, she felt extremely proud. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The tightly shut door of the great hall was violently kicked open by someone. The sturdy door made of ironwood was directly turned into dust that flew everywhere, alarming everyone who was having a meeting in the great hall. The expressions of Jian Chun, newbies, and Jetta Tai suddenly changed as they stared outside in shock. This was because even with their strength, they had not sensed anything amiss at all, which was very unbelievable to them. Chapter 693. Everyone who was discussing matters in the discussion hall was stunned by this sudden development. They all stared at the middle-aged man in a daze, unable to react. After all, this was the core area of the flame mercenaries. There were basically 3 layers of guards guarding this place tightly. Even a fly would not be able to get in. How had the middle-aged man managed to get in and even shattered the tightly shut doors of the discussion hall? All of this was just so unexpected. After all, with the flame mercenaries' current reputation and strength, who would dare to provoke them in a radius of over 100,000 kilometers? Jianchen, Nubis, and Jetta Tai all focused their gazes on the middle-aged man who had suddenly barged in. However, when Nubis saw the middle-aged man's appearance, his face immediately changed drastically. Disbelief filled his face as he could not help but cry out, "It's actually you! Why have you come out?" Jianchen glanced at Nubis beside him. He was also puzzled. Nubis' expression clearly indicated that he knew who the middle-aged man was. However, Jianchen did not understand what had happened to make Nubis lose his composure like that. The middle-aged man glared at Jianchen and sneered, "I never thought that a little snake like you would actually choose a human as a servant and willingly become a pawn of a human. It really does surprise me. Don't the golden-striped silver snakes of antiquity view their dignity as more important than their lives? You seem to be an exception." Nubis's face immediately sank when he heard the middle-aged man's provocative words. The golden-striped silver snakes really did view their dignity as more important than anything else. The middle-aged man's words had touched Nubis' bottom line. He no longer cared about the identity of the person before him. He snorted coldly, "It's not up to you to interfere with what I, the great Nubis, do. Let alone you, even the great king has no right to interfere." The middle-aged man sneered, "You only dare to say that in front of me. Do you really dare to say that in front of the great king?" Nubis's face became unsettled. He gritted his teeth and stared at the middle-aged man, but he had nothing to say. The middle-aged man was right. No matter how proud Nubis was, he could only obediently put away his unruly nature before the great king. The middle-aged man did not continue arguing with Nubis. His gaze quickly landed on the white tiger in Jianchen's arms as he slept. His gaze was filled with both mixed feelings and joy. "You must be Jianchen. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the little tiger in your arms to me. That way, everything will be fine." The middle-aged man stared at Jianchen emotionlessly as he spoke coldly. As soon as he heard that the middle-aged man wanted the little white tiger in his arms, Jianchen's heart immediately sank. He stared at the middle-aged man in surprise and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man sneered. He glanced at Nubis in golden robes and said, "He knows who I am." Jianchen immediately looked at Nubis. Actually, he had already vaguely guessed the middle-aged man's identity, but he had yet to confirm it. "Jianchen. He's one of the two kings of the Gilligan clan, the Tiger King and Dekang," Nubis said with a heavy voice. His expression was very ugly. "What? He's a king of the Gilligan clan? Is it the Gilligan clan in the depths of the Cross Mountains?" Jetta Tai could not help but cry out. As a saint ruler who had been a saint ruler for many years, he was familiar with the Gilligan clan. It was an extremely powerful clan. Not only were the two kings on par with the Holy Emperor, but they also had over a dozen saint rulers under them. Even the ancient clans did not dare to provoke the Gilligan clan. The region in the depths of the Cross Mountains was a forbidden zone for all humans. Even saint rulers did not dare to set foot there. Jianchen's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Although he knew that the king of the Gilligan clan would find him sooner or later, he had never thought that it would come so soon. After all, it had only been a short while since he obtained the white tiger. The Tianyuan continent was so vast that finding him in the sea of people was like finding a needle in a haystack. Noticing the change in Jianchen's expression, the middle-aged man sneered, "Jianchen, there's no need to be afraid. As long as you hand the tiger over to me, I'll leave immediately. I won't make things difficult for you." Jianchen stared at the middle-aged man with an ugly expression. He gruffly said, "You've actually left the depths of the Cross Mountains and stepped into the human world. Have you forgotten the agreement we made with the Cross Mountains in the past? The consequences of breaking the agreement should be severe." This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to change his expression. He coldly stared at Jianchen and said, "I'm right here right now. I only need to move a finger to wipe out all of you." Jianchen, you're a smart person. You'll make a wise choice. I believe you won't do anything stupid. Hand over the white tiger obediently. Don't force me to do anything. Tiger King, it's fine that you've set foot on the Tianyuan continent, but if you dare to slaughter humans on the Tianyuan continent, the human experts will never let you go. Even if you return to the Gilligan clan, you won't be able to avoid being hunted down by the human experts. Newbies gruffly said, Let me tell you something else as well. Jianchen has the support of the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. What? He knows the Grand Elder of Mercenary City? The middle-aged man was immediately stunned. Deep fear filled his eyes. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City is my uncle. Sir, I don't dare to reveal who you are, but if you dare to do anything to my brother, I'll immediately invite my uncle over. My uncle may be in Mercenary City right now, but he can come here in an instant, said Mingdong. Although he was still very doubtful about the entire situation, he already knew that the middle-aged man was the ruler of a powerful clan from Newbies' introduction. Even Newbies and Jetta Tai feared him. The middle-aged man stood there with an uneasy expression. The worry in his eyes completely vanished as he stared at them in disdain. He sneered, Don't try to scare me with the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as a 3-year-old? Jianchen, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the white tiger in your arms immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. I don't care who you are, but it's impossible for me to hand over the winged tiger. Jianchen replied without any hesitation. Afterward, he used his left arm to clamp the winged tiger tightly under his armpit as he drew the ruler armament dragon-slaying sword from his space ring with his right hand. With the sword in hand, Jianchen's presence underwent an overwhelming change. He immediately became a shining sword as a powerful presence radiated from him, soaring into the sky. He seemed like a divine sword, radiating with supreme might. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. The middle-aged man smiled cruelly as he pressed forward. Swish! Suddenly, Jianchen's body shot up from the ground. He directly smashed a hole in the roof of the discussion hall and charged out. Only outside could he unleash his full strength without worrying about harming others with his full strength. The moment Jianchen charged out of the roof, Newbies' voice rang out in his ears. Jianchen, hurry up and invite the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. Only he can resolve this problem. Jianchen felt bitter inside when he heard that. Last time, Tianjian had suddenly arrived during the fight for the tungsten alloy mine because he had left Huang Tianba a piece of jade to inform him. Now that the jade had shattered, there was no second piece. Even if he wanted to ask Tianjian for help, he did not have the ability to do so. You still dare to attack me? What an arrogant person. Do you think you can contend against me with your strength? King Jinlijian sneered as he stared at Jianchen. Only then did he follow unhurriedly. With his strength, he was not afraid of Jianchen escaping at all. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen and the Gilligan King disappeared from the discussion hall, leaving behind a large group of people who stood there at a loss for what to do. Oh, seniors, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and help my brother. Let's deal with that person together. Billion finally returned to his senses. He immediately looked at Newbies and Jitatai pleadingly. The two of them were the most powerful people in the hall right now. Sigh. Jitatai let out a long sigh. His face was filled with helplessness. Newbies shrugged and said innocently, Little girl, it's not that we don't want to help Jianchen. It's just that this matter is beyond our abilities. You probably don't know how strong King Jinlijian is. He's not someone we can deal with. We'll just be courting death if we go. What's going on? What's going on here? An old voice rang out from the distance. With that, an old man in blue robes appeared in the discussion hall. It was the ancestor of the Bai family, Bai, who had just arrived after being alarmed by Jianchen's aura. As soon as he saw the ancestor of the Bai family, Billion immediately grabbed his hand and said urgently, That's great, that's great. Great-grandfather, you're finally here. Brother has encountered a powerful enemy. Great-grandfather, please go help him. Hearing that, Bai-Hai's face sank. He turned to Nubis and Jetta Tai and asked, "What's going on?" Nubis sighed. "The person who's come is the king of the Jinlijian clan. He's a Class 8 yellow tiger. Even if we work together, we're not his opponent. It'll be pointless if we go. The only thing we can do now is call the Grand Elder of Mercenary City." Chapter 694. What? You can't contact the Grand Elder of Mercenary City? Nubis's face immediately changed drastically when he heard Ming Dong's words. Ming Dong became frantic. Uncle Tian was able to hurry over last time because he left Senior Huang Tianba a piece of jade that allowed him to contact him. Now that the jade has been used up, I've used up all the items that Uncle Tian left me, so I can't contact him anymore. We're in trouble now. The opponent is a holy emperor. How can Jianshan be his opponent? Bai-Hai also understood a few things from their conversation. He panicked as well. How did my great-grandson provoke an expert like that? And he's a ruler of the Gilligan clan. No, he's the only hope of my family. I can't let my great-grandson die like this. No matter how powerful the enemy is this time, I have to save my great-grandson even if I have to risk my life. With that, Bai-Hai wanted to fly out through the hole that Jianshan had created, but as soon as he moved, he was stopped by Nubis. You old fool. It's not like you don't know how powerful Holy Emperor experts are. You won't be able to change anything even if you go with your strength as a 5th heavenly layer Saint Ruler. If a Holy Emperor wants to kill you, it'll only be a matter of moving a finger. You'll just be going to your death, Nubis scolded. I wonder if my grandfather can save Jianshan. I'll call him over immediately. Little Fatty also knew that Jianshan was in danger. After saying that, he immediately bit the finger of his left hand and dripped a drop of blood onto the space ring on his right hand. Nubis also became rather irritated. He immediately cursed when he heard Little Fatty's words. Who do you think your grandfather is? What's the point of him coming here? He's the Grand Elder of Mercenary City and a supreme expert of some ancient clan. You have to know that he's the ruler of the Gilligan clan, a Class 8 yellow tiger. There's only a handful of people on the Tian-Yuan continent who can rival him. Don't curse my grandfather. My grandfather is very powerful. Little Fatty immediately became extremely displeased with Nubis belittling his grandfather. He roared at Nubis furiously. You're just a brat. I, the great Nubis, can't be bothered with you. You better think of something right now. It's best if you contact the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, or Jianshan will be in danger if he doesn't hand over the winged tiger. Jianshan held the white tiger tightly under his armpit as he gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly in his right hand. He radiated with a surging presence as he shot off into the distance. He seemed to have completely fused with space, becoming one with it. He shot off into the distance silently. He moved extremely quickly, leaving behind an extremely thin blur. Behind him, the king of the Gilligan clan sneered as he followed at a steady pace. With his strength as a saint king, he was not afraid of Jianshan, who was only a 1st heavenly layer saint ruler, escaping. In just a few seconds, Jianshan had already appeared several dozen kilometers away, far from where the flame mercenaries were. The bustling city below him had completely vanished, replaced by desolate plains. Jianshan, it's peaceful enough here. There's no need to worry about harming the innocent and causing Celestial's decay. Let's deal with the matter here. At this moment, the ruler of the Gilligan clan suddenly spoke to Jianshan. With that, the ruler of the Gilligan clan suddenly appeared in front of Jianshan. He just happened to block Jianshan's path. Jianshan reacted extremely quickly as well. He came to a halt as he glared at the middle-aged man. His face had never been so stern before. Afterward, the chaotic Niden in his dantian churned out a large amount of chaotic force. The tremendous amount of chaotic force rapidly circulated through Jianshan's body, reaching every corner of his body. He pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. At the same time, a strand of chaotic force surged into Jianshan's right arm before pouring into the dragon-slaying sword. The light emanating from the dragon-slaying sword was immediately suppressed and replaced by a layer of bright black light. At the same time, an extremely destructive aura erupted from the dragon-slaying sword, causing the surrounding space to twist and warp violently. At that moment, Jianshan had adjusted himself to his peak condition. He used his full strength, not daring to hold back at all. He knew that this battle would probably be the most difficult battle of his life, the one that he had the least chance of winning. The ruler of the Gilligan clan looked at Jianshan in a mocking manner and said, "Interesting. I never thought that you would give off the presence of a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler when you're only a 1st heavenly layer saint ruler. You really are an outstanding human. No wonder Rum Guinness gave her child to you. But do you really think that you can stand up to me with just this bit of strength? You're just too arrogant," the ruler of the Gilligan clan said in disdain. Jianshan remained silent. He glared at the ruler of the Gilligan clan and suddenly bellowed out. Even more chaotic force poured into the dragon-slaying sword from within him. The sword immediately began to glow with dark light as the destructive presence suddenly increased by several times before being swung down. A sword chi completely condensed from chaotic force shot out from the dragon-slaying sword. It tore through space and shot toward the ruler of the Gilligan clan with lightning speed. Jianshan had used his full strength for the attack. It was the most powerful attack he could use right now. The ruler of the Gilligan clan sneered. He gently clenched his hand and the space before him immediately froze. Jianshan's shockingly powerful sword chi was forcefully frozen in the air, unable to move at all. Afterward, the frozen space directly shattered and the sword chi dispersed as well. Jianshan's full-powered attack did not even have the right to approach the ruler of the Gilligan clan. He only needed to move his hand to nullify Jianshan's attack effortlessly. Jianshan's heart immediately sank when he saw this. Without any hesitation, he immediately sheathed his sword and fled. His body fused with space, and with the assistance of spatial force, he fled into the distance with lightning speed. "You want to escape from me? You have no right." The ruler of the Gilligan clan stared at Jianshan in disdain. He waved his hand and created a space gate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jianshan and blocked his path again. "Jianshan, I've already given you a chance. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude," the ruler of the Gilligan clan said emotionlessly. Afterwards, he directly threw a punch at Jianshan, who was several hundred meters away. The punch contained the endless mysteries of the world. It was a simple punch, but it hid many mysteries. As he threw the punch, the time in the region seemed to come to a momentary halt. An invisible force directly shot toward Jianshan with lightning speed, striking his chest. Spurt! Jianshan was unable to block it at all. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which dispersed into the air as a bloody mist. His greatest trump card, the chaotic body, had shattered. A transparent hole had appeared in his chest, and he could even see what was behind Jianshan through the hole. The powerful force directly slammed Jianshan into the ground, creating a huge crater. He sank in deeply. The Gilligan king slowly floated down. He coldly stared at Jianshan in the crater and murmured, "This child is extraordinary. Not only does he possess a strange and powerful power, but his body is extraordinary as well. Since we've become enemies today, I can't let you live. Otherwise, once you become powerful in the future, you'll come for revenge sooner or later. Whatever, I've already set foot on the Tianyuan continent, so I'll just get rid of you along the way, just in case you cause more trouble in the future." With a gentle wave of his hand, the white tiger immediately flew out of the crater, directly flying toward the ruler. At the same time, the great power condensed in the ruler's right hand once again. He was ready to go all out and kill Jianchen. Chapter 695. The scorching sun in the sky disappeared in an instant, and the originally bright sky suddenly turned dark. It was so dark that it was suffocating, as if the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, the originally flowing air also froze in an instant. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. The white tiger that had drifted towards the king of the Gilligan clan also stopped, before gently landing on the ground under the support of an invisible force. The king of the Gilligan clan had already become extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with undisguised shock because his body had been bound tightly by an unimaginably powerful force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. He could not break free at all. Bastard, how did I run into a human powerhouse in such a remote place? The king of the Gilligan clan was infuriated. The person who had attacked him in the dark was so powerful that it made him shiver in fear. Before the other party had even shown up, he had already been completely restrained. Just what kind of strength was this? Member of the Gilligan clan, you have violated the original agreement and set foot in the territory of our human world. According to the original agreement, Old Man has the right to kill you. The Gimli king's body was bound, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the hoe hit him in the chest. Bang! With a heavy sound, a head-sized hole appeared in the chest of the king of the Gilligan clan. His Class 8 magical beast body was as fragile as tofu in front of the hoe, easily pierced through by the hoe. The king of the Gilligan clan vomited blood. His body was still bound by an invisible force, so he could not move at all. Who are you? Are you the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, or a member of the 10 Protector clans? The king of the Gilligan clan roared furiously as he stared at the sky in shock. He had actually been suppressed to the point where he could not even move with his strength. There were very few people with such strength in the human world. Apart from the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, only the 10 Protector clans had such a supreme expert. The ruler of the Jinlijian clan did not receive a reply. The hoe that was completely forged from ordinary metal shone with a surging black light as the powerful darkness attributed Saint Force and the invisible world force miraculously fused together. It was actually much more powerful than any single energy. Afterward, the hoe began to dig at the ruler's head like it was digging dirt. Roar! A great tiger's roar rang out from the king of the Gilligan clan. His body shone with golden light as he turned into a huge, golden tiger that was over 10 meters long in a single instance. His fur shone with a dazzling golden light. With a jolt, the tiger actually broke free from the invisible restraints and regained its freedom. Afterward, it immediately dodged to the side. The hoe dug into the tiger's tail, severing it in half. It caused the king of the Gilligan clan to howl in pain. After the first strike, the hoe did not stop. It emitted a black light and once again dug towards the giant tiger's head. At the same time, the surrounding space quickly solidified as if it had been frozen into a block of ice, once again restricting the giant tiger's body. "It won't be that easy to kill me," the tiger said. The giant golden tiger spoke in human language and immediately let out a long roar towards the sky. All of a sudden, a bloody light burst out from its body and submerged its body. Then, with a flash of red light, the giant golden tiger disappeared without a trace. It had used a secret technique to escape. That's the supreme escape technique of the magical beast. Humph, I never thought you'd use such a self-harming secret technique to escape. Even if you manage to escape this time, your strength will fall from the second heavenly layer to the first heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. The old voice slowly transmitted from the sky. Immediately, the hoe paused in midair, transforming into a black glow that flew into the spatial crack 100 meters in the sky and disappeared. At the same time, the darkness in the world also swiftly disappeared. Very quickly, the world regained its brightness. Jianchen slowly floated up from the pit and gently landed on the ground to one side. However, he had already fainted, so he had no idea what was happening outside. What a strange power! What a strong physique! He can still heal himself after suffering such a heavy injury. It seems that it won't be long before he'll be as good as new. The old voice came out of the void again. It was impossible to tell where it came from, and there was no trace of it. Immediately, the old voice rang out again. Tianjian, you've been hiding in the dark for so long. Isn't it time for you to show yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, a space gate quickly formed in the void. Tianjian, dressed in white, floated out from the space gate. He stared calmly at the spatial crack opposite him and said, Houston, we haven't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. I never thought that we'd meet again under such circumstances. What surprises me is that you're also secretly protecting Jianshan. The spatial crack rapidly condensed into a space gate, and an old man in extremely simple clothes walked out. The old man was barefooted and his feet were covered in mud. He carried the hoe that had injured the Gimli king on his shoulder casually, making him seem like an old farmer. Jianshan is my grandson's friend, and he's someone I value. Obviously, I have to protect him and prevent him from dying. Tianjian, why are you secretly protecting Jianshan? With your strength, you should be able to see through the secret of the winged tiger. Doesn't Mercenary City want to steal the winged tiger when it's young and tame it? Once the winged tiger grows up, it'll be an extremely powerful force, Houston said calmly. Back then, there was a rule in the secret records left behind by the City Lord. Mercenary City can't become enemies with the winged tiger god, and when the winged tiger god appears, we have to do our best to help it grow. I'm only carrying out the rules set down by the City Lord. Tianjian paused when he reached there. He stared deeply at the unconscious Jianshan on the ground and said, and Jianshan's talent is unprecedented on the Tianyuan continent. His future accomplishments will definitely surpass ours, so I obviously have to protect him. Once he truly reaches the peak of cultivation, it'll be a blessing for us humans. Perhaps he'll become a crucial figure for us humans to fend off the beast god continent in the future. Tianjian paused and said, Houston, looks like you've discovered the winged tiger's identity before me. Your Bloodsword sect has been constantly appearing along the coast, so you must have been monitoring the beast god continent. Chapter 696. Houston nodded slightly. That's right. I think the peace of our Tianyuan continent will be disrupted soon. Looks like you've also guessed that the matter of the Gilligan clan dealing with the winged tiger won't be that simple. That's right, the peace of our Tianyuan continent will be disrupted soon, and the protector clans that have been silent for many years will all appear. Houston, I know you've retreated to the Tianyuan continent for 1,000 years, but you're still a supreme expert of the human race after all. When the beast god continent invades in the future, I hope your Bloodsword sect can contribute to the survival of the human race, Tianjian sternly said to Houston. Houston nodded nonchalantly, don't worry. Although I, Houston, swore that I would never interfere with the matters of the Tianyuan continent 1,000 years ago, this matter will affect the survival of the human race. I, Houston, will not just stand by and do nothing. That's for the best. With the addition of your Bloodsword sect, our power against the beast god continent will increase by a lot. Although we all know that the beast god continent has come for the winged tiger, they definitely won't let the beast god continent obtain the winged tiger. I'm guessing that the king of the beast god continent wants to possess the young winged tiger and forcefully take over the body of the winged tiger. Looks like you've thought deeper than I have. I originally thought that the king of the beast god continent wanted to kill the young winged tiger to maintain his position as the ruler of the magical beast. Looks like this matter is much more complicated than I imagined it to be, Houston sighed emotionally. It is indeed much more complicated than you imagined it to be. Tianjian stared at Houston deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Houston, you probably don't know this, but the winged tiger from ancient times once left behind a divine hall on the beast god continent and placed his legacy in the depths of the divine hall. However, other magical beasts are unable to enter the divine hall other than divine beasts that are also winged tigers, unless they are stronger than the winged tiger and forcefully break through the barrier of the divine hall. Once the king of the beast god continent possesses the body of the winged tiger, he will be able to successfully enter the depths of the divine hall and obtain the legacy. It's extremely likely for him to reach the same level of cultivation as the winged tiger from ancient times. At that time, there will be no one who can oppose him in the human world. Houston became extremely stern. He remained in the air for quite a while without saying anything. Only a while later did he sigh heavily at the sky. Looks like we have to protect this winged tiger god with everything we have. We can't let it end up in the hands of the beast god continent. Our human race doesn't have an expert like Mo Tianyun right now. Once the ruler of the beast god continent successfully takes over the winged tiger god's body, even the path lord of carnal desires will not be his opponent. Tianjian frowned when he heard about the path lord of carnal desires. After a moment of silence he said, "Let's not count on the path lord. That traitor who's been exiled from the Pure Heart Pavilion is a traitor. He's obsessed with his desires. Once he learns about the winged tiger, he'll probably try to take it for himself immediately. Although the Path Lord's conduct is indeed despicable, his talent is truly a prodigy. At the very least, he's the only person on the Tianyuan continent who can fend off the king of the beast god continent. Perhaps we'll need the Path Lord to repel the invasion of the beast god continent in the future," Houston said after some thought. Sigh. Tianjian gently sighed. He waved his hand and said, "Houston, let's end our conversation here. When the beast god continent does something in the future, we'll discuss our plans with the protector clans. Anyway, it's best to keep the secret of the winged tiger hidden on the Tianyuan continent for as long as possible. During this time, we should do everything we can to help the winged tiger grow. It's still too weak right now. In the past few years, your mercenary city must have accumulated quite a lot of heavenly resources, right? Leaving the matter of assisting the winged tiger god's growth to your mercenary city is perfect. It's best if you stay behind and deal with the matters that have happened here. That'll be more appropriate." After saying that, Houston turned around and stepped into the spatial gate, disappearing from sight. Only Sky Sword was left behind. Tianjian stared at the unconscious Jianchen on the ground for a while, with mixed feelings before gently sighing. With a wave of his hand, Jianchen and the winged tiger immediately drifted over before entering the space gate with Tianjian. Ming Dong and the others remained gathered in the hall of the flame mercenaries. They anxiously tried to think of a way to save Jianchen. Even though there were a few saint rulers present, they were as weak as ants before the Holy Emperor. Even if they worked together, they were not the opponent of the Holy Emperor. At this moment, the space in the hall suddenly distorted without any prior signs. Before anyone could react, a space gate rapidly condensed and Tianjian drifted out in plain white robe. Beside him was the unconscious Jianchen, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly landing on the ground. "Uncle Tian." Ming Dong's eyes lit up when he saw the middle-aged man. He immediately called out in excitement and ran over to grab Tianjian's arm affectionately. He quickly glanced at the unconscious Jianchen and said, "Uncle Tian, you've finally come. I knew you would come. How is Jianchen? Is he all right?" Tianjian struggled to maintain his indifference when he saw Jianchen. He could not help but gently smile as he looked at Ming Dong in a caring manner. He said, "Child, don't worry. Jianchen is fine." Tianjian cared for Ming Dong a lot more. "Greetings to the Grand Elder." Jetta Tai and newbies both recognized Tianjian, so they did not dare to be negligent. They immediately bowed at the same time and were filled with respect. Chapter 697. Tianjian stared at Bai Hai in surprise. Clearly, he was extremely surprised at how Bai Hai had become Jianchen's great-grandfather. However, he did not ask about it. He waved his hand gently and said, You can all disperse. Find a quiet place for Jianchen to recuperate. I already know about what happened here. Do not spread this matter. Remember. Junior understands. We will definitely not leak anything. Newbies and the others clasped their hands respectfully. Afterward, Ming Dong personally carried the unconscious Jianchen into his room. Tianjian, Huang Luan, Yu, Bai Lian, and Little Fatty followed in from outside. Huang Luan, Yu, and Bai Lian all shed tears of sadness when they saw the unconscious Jianchen covered in blood. As one of the people who cared about Jianchen the most, they felt extremely pained and heartbroken when they saw Jianchen's miserable state. Afterward, Huang Luan immediately took out a few Class 6 Radiant Divine pills from her space ring and fed them to Jianchen, hoping that they could hasten Jianchen's recovery. There's no need to feed him these. Jianchen's body is extremely special. It has a very powerful self-recovery ability. His injuries are rapidly recovering and he'll be back to normal before long. Tianjian stopped Huang Luan and said indifferently. Huang Luan hesitated for a while before taking back the Class 6 Radiant Divine pills in the end. Uncle Tian, I knew you would definitely appear. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Jianchen would really be in danger. Ming Dong looked at Tianjian gratefully, but he still felt a lingering fear inside. He was unable to imagine just what would have happened to Jianchen if Tianjian had not appeared in time. Tianjian smiled. Jianchen is a prodigy of our Tian Yuan continent. His talent is unprecedented, and his future accomplishments are limitless. If such a prodigy were to die along the way, it would be a loss to our Tian Yuan continent. Don't worry, your Uncle Tian won't just watch Jianchen be harmed. Uncle Tian, so you've always been secretly protecting Jianchen. Ming Dong was overjoyed. Ming Dong was overjoyed. If that was the case, Jianchen would not face any life-threatening dangers on the Tian Yuan continent. Jianchen smiled, but he did not make a clear response. In reality, ever since he discovered that Jianchen was connected to the barrier spirit of Mercenary City, he had begun to place great importance on Jianchen. He had left an extremely obscure imprint on Jianchen so that he would only assist Jianchen when his life was truly in danger. After learning that the Grand Elder of Mercenary City was secretly protecting Jianchen, Bai Lian, Yu, and Huang Luan all rejoiced inside. They were extremely happy because they knew that Jianchen's life would be guaranteed once the Grand Elder of Mercenary City protected him. At this moment, Jianchen's finger twitched slightly, and his eyes finally opened slowly. He glanced around in confusion, and when he saw Tianjian standing to one side, he immediately understood what had happened. He said weakly in a hurry, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." "Jianchen, you've finally woken up," Jianchen smiled. "Ah, brother has woken up." Everyone was overjoyed by Jianchen's awakening. They all gathered around the bed and asked about Jianchen with great concern. Jianchen sat up with some difficulty. Looking at everyone's worried expressions, a sense of warmth immediately filled his heart. He said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." With that, Jianchen seemed to think of something. He looked around in a hurry. When he discovered the white tiger that was still sleeping beside him, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He gently hugged the white tiger and murmured, "Fortunately, Little White hasn't been taken away by the ruler of the Gilligan clan, or it would have been done for." "Jianchen, just who is Little White? Why has the ruler of the Gilligan clan come to steal it?" Ming Dong stared at the white tiger and asked out of curiosity. Jianchen hesitated. It was not that he did not want to tell Ming Dong, but he really did not want more people to know about the white tiger's identity. Just as Jianchen was in a difficult spot, Tianjian spoke up in a timely manner, "Child, don't ask about this matter anymore. Just forget about what happened earlier. Don't talk about it in the future. Alright, all of you can leave. I have some matters to discuss with Jianchen in private." "Yes, Uncle Tian," Ming Dong answered obediently. Then, he left with the others, his head full of curiosity. However, after this commotion, everyone knew that the little white tiger's identity was a huge secret. It definitely wasn't that simple. After Ming Dong and the others left, a transparent barrier silently appeared, enveloping the entire room. Tianjian had personally cast down the barrier, completely isolating the room. Even experts like the Holy Emperor would not be able to find out what was happening inside the barrier. "Senior, do you have something to say to me?" Jianchen became rather stern when he saw how careful Tianjian was. Tianjian stared at the white tiger in Jianchen's arms with mixed feelings. Only after a while did he sigh gently, "Jianchen, there's not much time left. You have to let the winged tiger grow up as soon as possible, or it probably won't be able to stay with you for much longer." Jianchen's face changed slightly. He asked, "Senior, is it about the Gilligan clan?" "This matter is definitely not as simple as you imagine it to be. The threat of the winged tiger comes from all directions. It's not something you can fend off." Tianjian continued after a moment of thought, "Looks like there are some things I need to make clear to you. Jianchen, the Gilligan clan is actually just a chess piece left behind by the Beast God continent on the Tian Yuan continent. The Gilligan clan was probably instructed by the ruler of the Beast God continent to steal the winged tiger. As a result, although we've repelled the Gilligan clan this time, the experts of the Beast God continent will probably invade our continent en masse soon." Chapter 698. Although the threat from the Beast God continent will be dealt with by the protector clans of the Tian Yuan continent, the matter of the winged tiger is extremely important. If the protector clans learn about it, they'll definitely set their sights on the winged tiger after successfully stopping the Beast God continent. At that time, if you're not powerful enough, you'll only be meat on the chopping block. Even my mercenary city won't be able to help you." Tianjian's voice was very heavy. Tianjian's words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over Jianchen's head. His heart became completely cold. Although Jianchen did not know a lot about the 10 protector clans, he did know one thing at the very least, which was that the protector clans were extremely powerful. They had even become the protector forces of the Tian Yuan continent. If such a powerful force wanted to move against him, he would be as insignificant as an ant even as a saint ruler. He would not be able to fight back at all. Jianchen's face had never been so stern before. His wonderful mood from escaping from the hands of the ruler of the Gilligan clan was completely destroyed at that moment. Jianchen held the white tiger's arms tightly as he stroked its soft fur unconsciously. The white tiger was just far too pitiful. It was not a winged tiger, but it was still in its infancy, so it no longer possessed any deterrence. It had embarked on an extremely difficult path as soon as it was born. Not only had it lost its father forever, but its mother had also fled the Cross Mountains with heavy injuries. No one knew where she was hiding even now. Other than that, the Beast God continent and the Protector clans were also eyeing it. Its life was destined to be extremely difficult. Jianchen even had no idea how he would protect the White Tiger when the Beast God continent and the Protector clans moved against the White Tiger in the future. Tianjian gently sighed when he saw Jianchen's heavy expression. There's not much time left. Jianchen, let the winged tiger grow up as soon as possible. Only when you or it becomes truly powerful will you have the ability to fend off the Protector clans. Senior, may I ask what kind of strength is needed to fend off the Protector clans and the Beast God continent? Jianchen asked. Before the Protector clans and the Beast God continent, only those at the level of the Holy Emperor have the right to speak, and that's all. Tianjian emphasized the last sentence. If you want to fend off the Protector clans and the Beast God continent, you need to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor, or even surpass the Holy Emperor. Jianchen remained silent for quite a while. A thought of despair gradually spread through his heart. Only those at the level of the Holy Emperor had the right to speak to the Protector clans, but he had only just reached the first heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. Who knew when he would reach the level of the Holy Emperor? Even if he did reach the level of the Holy Emperor, he would only have the right to speak. It would be extremely difficult for him to protect himself and the White Tiger. Although Jianchen was confident that he could reach the peak of the Holy Emperor sooner or later, or even surpass the supreme level of the Holy Emperor, he did not have that much time to increase his strength. This was because the further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to increase his strength. It would not be as easy as before. Tianjian paced around the room with furrowed brows. After a while of thought, he said, "The situation hasn't developed to the worst yet. Although the Beast God continent has learned about the winged tiger, the threat that the winged tiger faces will be much smaller if the Beast God continent doesn't alarm the protector clans with a large-scale invasion. Once we return, I will personally arrange for people to guard the coast and stop the Jinlijian clan from sending messages to the Beast God continent. However, that's only a temporary measure because the Jinlijian clan has a secret technique that allows them to contact the Beast God continent. Once they discover that they can't send messages back, they'll definitely pay a great price to use the secret technique to send the message back to the Beast God continent. Jianchen, use this time to increase the winged tiger's strength as quickly as possible. Senior, may I ask if you have any methods to make Xiaobai grow faster?" Jianchen looked at Tianjian hopefully. He hoped to learn another method to make the white tiger grow faster from Tianjian. Tianjian shook his head gently. With the current situation, there's no other way other than feeding it heavenly resources to increase its strength. Jianchen was disappointed. Even though he possessed quite a few heavenly resources, the white tiger was still a Class 5 magical beast right now. Even if it could increase its strength by consuming heavenly resources, it would take far too long to go from Class 5 to Class 7 or even Class 8. What they lacked the most right now was time. It was impossible for the Beast God continent and the Protector clans to wait until they were powerful enough to move against them. Tianjian passed a space ring to Jianchen and said, "Jianchen, the heavenly resources in here are basically everything that our mercenary city has accumulated over the years. After discussing it with the second and fourth elders, we've decided to use it all to assist the winged tiger. We hope it can grow faster and deal with the future disaster." Jianchen did not turn down the offer. He accepted the space ring with a heavy heart and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. There's no need to thank me. This is just Mercenary City carrying out the rules set down by the City Lord back then. This is all that Mercenary City can do," Tianjian replied nonchalantly. Afterward, Tianjian explained a few more things to Jianchen before creating a space gate and leaving behind Jianchen in a daze as he hugged the white tiger. Jianchen sat on the bed blankly for 2 whole hours. Only when the white tiger woke up from its slumber did Jianchen return to his senses. Whoa! The white tiger had already gained intelligence. As soon as it woke up, it discovered the blood on Jianchen's clothes. It immediately stared at Jianchen with its bright eyes as it constantly whimpered. It seemed to be concerned, pained, or sobbing. Jianchen gently stroked the white tiger's small head as he stared at the white tiger's bright and innocent eyes with a complicated expression. He said softly, "Poor little white. Perhaps we won't be able to live such peaceful days in the near future." The white tiger blinked its eyes and stared at Jianchen in confusion. It did not seem to understand what Jianchen meant. Jianchen sighed inside when he saw Little White's innocent appearance. He generously took out a large pile of 1,000-year-old heavenly treasures from his space ring and placed them in front of the white tiger. He said, "Little White, hurry up and eat. Eat all of these. Don't waste a single second. You have to increase your strength as soon as possible." It was unknown whether or not the white tiger heard Jianchen's words. Its bright eyes immediately landed on the large pile of heavenly treasures. Its eyes flashed with excitement as it let out a cheer. It immediately dove into the pile of heavenly treasures and began to chomp down on them. Its face was filled with happiness. Very quickly, the total of over 20,000-year-old heavenly treasures had been completely devoured by the white tiger. After eating these heavenly treasures, the white tiger let out a satisfied burp. It then closed its eyes and lay on the bed without moving. It once again fell into a deep sleep to digest the medicinal effects of the heavenly treasures. Jianshan stared at the sleeping white tiger for a while before gently carrying the white tiger out of the room. Ming Dong and the others were gathered in the guest room. They had been waiting there the entire time, and none of them had left. When Jianshan appeared in the guest room, he was immediately discovered by them. Immediately, all of them surrounded Jianshan and asked about his well-being. They were extremely concerned about his condition. Jianshan could not help but feel warm inside when he sensed everyone's deep concern. He said, "Don't worry, I've completely recovered." The self-recovery ability of the chaotic body was truly astounding. After over 2 hours, the wounds Jianshan had completely recovered. Jianshan's body was fine apart from the fact that his clothes were still covered in blood. Afterwards, everyone gathered together and asked Jianshan all sorts of questions. The sudden visit of the ruler of the Gilligan clan had greatly impacted them all. At the same time, they felt extremely pressured, so they all wanted to understand what was going on. They were also very curious about the true identity of the white tiger. Jianshan did not give too much of an explanation to everyone's questions. The white tiger's identity could not be leaked. The fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, once the news of the winged tiger made it out, it would only bring forward the disaster. At this moment, Jianshan suddenly raised his hand to stop everyone from talking. Afterwards, a guard's voice rang out from outside, "Commander, a person called Qin Wujian has important matters to discuss with you." "Qin Wujian? What's he doing here?" Jianshan was slightly surprised. After a moment of thought, he said to the people outside, "Invite him to the central discussion hall to receive him as a guest." "Yes, Sir Regiment Commander," the guard replied and retreated. Chapter 699. Jianshan washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes before heading to the discussion hall to see Qin Wujian. When he arrived, Yu, Bailian, and Ming Dong were chatting with Qin Wujian. Qin Wujian immediately stopped talking when he saw Jianshan walk in. He stood up and bowed to Jianshan respectfully. "Qin Wujian greets Sir Imperial Protector." Jianshan chuckled. He did not make his way to the main throne. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down. He said, "There's no need to be so courteous, Qin Wujian. May I ask what important matter has brought you here from the kingdom of Jesson?" Qin Wujian did not beat around the bush and directly stated, "Sir Imperial Protector, the other 4 Imperial Protectors of the Qin Empire have invited Jianshan back to the Qin Empire. They have something important to discuss." Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. After a moment of thought, he stared at Qin Wujian with shining eyes and asked, "Qin Wujian, do you know what the 4 Imperial Protector want to discuss with me?" Qin Wujian shook his head with a bitter smile. "That's not something I can know." Jianshan lowered his head and thought for a while. He could not help but recall the series of strange occurrences in the Qin Empire recently. Clearly, something important was about to happen. He nodded. "I understand. I will make a trip to the Qin Empire as soon as possible." Qin Wujian stood up from his chair and clasped his hands at Jianshan. "Sir Imperial Protector, since I've brought the news, my mission is complete. I will take my leave now and return to the kingdom of Jesson." Qin Wujian did not stay for long. After passing the news to Jianshan, he left the Flame Mercenaries and returned to the kingdom of Jesson. "Jianshan, the news of you breaking through to Saint Ruler must have reached the ears of the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire. Is something bad about to happen for them to suddenly call you back?" Ming Dong guessed. Jianshan nodded. "I had a premonition long ago that the Qin Empire was in some sort of trouble. It just so happens that nothing major has happened to the Flame Mercenaries recently, so I'll personally pay a visit to the Qin Empire and see why the 4 Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire wants me." "Brother, you have to be careful of the Gilligan clan. although Senior Tianjian has repelled the ruler of the Gilligan clan, who can guarantee that they won't send someone else to deal with you? In my opinion, you should bring Senior Nubis, Senior Jeditai, and great-grandfather with you on this trip to the Qin Empire, Bai Lian worriedly said. Jianchen shook his head. Lian, you don't have to worry about your brother. With his current strength, people below the 5th heavenly layer are basically no threat to him. If he comes across people above the 5th heavenly layer, they won't be of much use even if he brings them along. At the same time, the ruler of the Gilligan clan has been alarmed by the matter this time, so the people of the Gilligan clan won't dare to set foot on the Tian Yuan continent again. Why would your brother be in danger? Bai Lian agreed with what he said, so she did not try to persuade him any further. However, she still could not help but warn Jianchen about his safety. The news of the Gilligan clan's king breaking into the Flame Mercenaries did not spread. The news had been completely sealed off. This was all thanks to the fact that the king of the Gilligan clan did not cause too much of a ruckus here. Otherwise, once the matter blew up and everyone knew about it, it would not be easy to seal off the news. Jianchen rested in the Flame Mercenaries for a night before leaving his residence the next morning with the White Tiger. He bid farewell to everyone outside. Jianchen, come back early. Be careful on the way. You've pulled me far away from you now, and it just so happens that the 3-year period is about to end. Once you leave, I'll immediately enter seclusion and try to break through to Heaven Saint Master before you return, Ming Dong said with a serious expression. Ming Dong said solemnly. Towards the end, his voice was filled with unconcealable excitement and anticipation. He had been looking forward to reaching Heaven Saint Master for 3 years already. 15 minutes later, Jianchen left with the sleeping White Tiger under the gazes of a large group of people. Using spatial force, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot into the sky at an unbelievable speed. He arrived several thousand meters in the air in a single moment before fusing with the surrounding space. He turned into a blurry blur and shot off into the distance with even greater speed, disappearing in a single moment. Jianchen flew through the open sky with great ease. Looking at the blurry landscape below him, he actually felt a little better. The mental pressure from the Beast God continent and the Protector clans slowly lessened as well. After traveling for over half a day, Jianchen finally returned to Wallerant City when the sun was about to set. He then made his way to the city several kilometers away. He had only come to visit the first young master of the Tianqin clan, Qin Shao, whom he had not seen in a long time. When he had gone to Longevity Valley to pick up Little Fatty, he had planned on immediately returning to Wallerant City to take Qin Shao with him. However, the tungsten alloy had been leaked back then, causing the Flame Mercenaries to fall into danger. Time was extremely tight, so he did not manage to take Qin Shao with him. Instead, he directly returned to the Flame Mercenaries through a space gate in the Qin Empire. Now that he had passed by this place again, he had to visit Qin Shao no matter what and give him an explanation. After all, Jianchen truly treated Qin Shao as a brother, not an outsider. Jianchen entered the city without any obstructions. The noise and liveliness on the streets immediately attracted Jianchen's attention, giving him a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. In particular, when he saw the busy merchants and exhausted mercenaries, Jianchen could not help but think of his past self. He immediately sighed inside. A few years ago, wasn't he just like these people? He was busy all day long, mingling in the forest that was filled with magical beasts, repeatedly walking on the edge of life and death, all for the sake of fighting hard for his own future. The path of every single expert could be said to be a path of blood formed from the corpses of countless living beings. Unknowingly, Jianchen had already arrived before the entrance of the Tianqin clan. This time, he did not need to use the senses of his soul to clearly sense Qin Zhao's location. At this moment, Qin Shao was in the discussion hall of the Tianqin clan with a large group of people. They seemed to be discussing important matters, so the atmosphere in the hall was rather oppressive. At the same time, Jianchen could sense a heavy atmosphere in the Tianqin clan. Even the number of guards at the entrance had increased by quite a bit. Jianchen swaggered in, but the guards at the entrance did not seem to notice his existence. They did not even look at him, allowing Jianchen to pass through the entrance as if he was someone they could ignore. Jianchen's body had become one with the world as he swaggered through the courtyard of the Tianqin clan. Even though he brushed past many people, no one noticed him. Very soon, Jianchen arrived in the hall of the Tianqin clan. At this moment, the charm that seemed to have become one with the world silently vanished, and he returned to his normal state. Everyone in the hall immediately noticed the uninvited guest who had suddenly barged in, causing their expressions to change slightly. However, there were quite a few people who recognized Jianchen. When they saw Jianchen's appearance, they could not help but be stunned, but their sunken expressions returned to normal. Chapter 700. Jianchen smiled. Brother Qin Xiao, Jianchen has come without warning. Have I disturbed you? Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Brother Jianchen is an esteemed guest of my Tianqin clan. My Tianqin clan is more than happy to welcome you. Qin Zhao's father, the patriarch of the Tianqin clan, stood up from his chair and smiled amiably. Afterwards, he extended his hand and pointed at an empty seat nearby. Brother Jianchen, please take a seat. Please take a seat. Jianchen clasped his hands with a smile. Thank you, patriarch. Afterwards, Jianchen did not hold back and directly sat down in an empty seat. With Jianchen's arrival, the heavy atmosphere in the hall seemed to ease up slightly. Many of the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan glanced at Jianchen from time to time. Their eyes flickered with light, but no one knew what they were thinking. Jianchen glanced past everyone in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his hands at the patriarch of the Tianqin clan. Patriarch, I see that everyone's eyebrows are tightly furrowed and their moods are heavy. Has the patriarch of the Tianqin clan come across some trouble that you can't resolve? The patriarch of the Tianqin clan gently sighed. Brother Jianchen is correct. My Tianqin clan has indeed come across some trouble right now. May I ask if the patriarch can say this, but Qin Xiao is one of Jianchen's best brothers. Since you've come across trouble, I will definitely help you out for the sake of Qin Zhao's brother. Jianchen's words indirectly raised Qin Zhao's status in the Tianqin clan. Even though he knew that Qin Xiao was already the next patriarch of the Tianqin clan with his current strength and talent, his actions still helped Qin Xiao quite a bit. Qin Xiao could not help but feel his heart warm up when he heard Jianchen's words. He stared at Jianchen gratefully as he thought, I didn't recognize the wrong brother. Jianchen's words made many of the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan look at Qin Xiao in a different light. The upper echelon of the Qin clan looked at Qin Xiao with gratification, while the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan looked at him with mixed feelings. They were extremely envious and filled with various emotions. The patriarch of the Tianqin clan took in everyone's expressions without batting an eyelid. He laughed aloud. Brother Jianchen, it's Xiao Er's honor to be able to befriend you. My Tianqin clan might really need your assistance this time. Whether or not Qin Er can return safely will all depend on you. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Patriarch, has something happened to Miss Qin Qin? Qin Qin was the second young lady of the Tianqin clan. The joy on the patriarch's face gradually vanished. He nodded heavily. Brother Jianchen is correct. Qin Er has indeed encountered trouble this time. Half a month ago, when she went out, she was actually taken away by the Serpent Dragon bandits on Coiling Dragon Mountain. 2 days later, she married the only son of the leader of the Serpent Dragon bandits. Jianchen's face sank when he heard that. Although he had only met the second young lady of the Tianqin clan by chance, she was still Qin Zhao's sister. No matter what, he could not bear to see such a beautiful woman marry a stranger under the pressure of bandits. Are the Serpent Dragon bandits very powerful? Jianchen asked. The patriarch of the Tianqin clan nodded sternly. They are indeed very powerful. The Serpent Dragon Bandits are the greatest bandit group in a radius of several tens of thousand kilometers. They have already existed for over 800 years. Their strength is so great that they can even take on our Juya kingdom by themselves. There are many experts in the bandit group as well. There are 4 known Heaven Saint Masters alone. And it's rumored that the number of Heaven Saint Masters in the Serpent Dragon Bandits is definitely not so few. There are even quite a few Heaven Saint Masters from 100 years ago who have gone into seclusion on Coiling Dragon Mountain, ignoring the matters of the world. If these people are included, the Serpent Dragon Bandits will have over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters. Coupled with their first boss who has reached the peak of Heaven Saint Master, even our Juya kingdom would not dare to provoke them so easily, let alone our Tianqin clan that can only dominate a single city. A member of the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan who sat beside Jianchen continued, "The strength of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is something that even the nearby kingdoms fear. In particular, the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is publicly acknowledged as the greatest expert in this region. Not only has he reached the peak of Heaven Saint Master, he has also grasped a Heaven-tier battle skill. No one can defeat him in a radius of several tens of thousand kilometers. At the same time, the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits has an extremely powerful armor made of golden silk. With the protection of the armor, even Heaven Saint Masters will struggle to pose a threat to him. This is why the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is basically the greatest existence below Saint Ruler. In the past, our Juya kingdom and the other kingdoms sent out over 10 Heaven Saint Masters in an attempt to wipe out the Serpent Dragon Bandits, but they all returned in defeat. Not only did they fail, but they also lost 5 Heaven Saint Masters. These 5 people all died to the hands of the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, another old man said. Looks like the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is quite powerful, Jianchen murmured. Chapter 701. Right now, the great elder of my Tianqin clan has already gone to Coiling Dragon Mountain to negotiate with the leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits in an attempt to save Qin. However, we don't know what the outcome will be. If the negotiations fail, then Qin will. The patriarch sighed inwardly as he reached the end of his sentence. Even the Juya kingdom did not want to provoke the Serpent Bandit group so casually. If the negotiations failed, then Qin would be forced to marry the son of the leader of the bandit group. Qin Shao suddenly stood up from his chair and said, "No, you have to bring my sister back no matter what. You can't let my sister marry that bandit leader's son. Otherwise, my sister's life of happiness will be completely ruined." "Shaoer, sit down. You need to understand the situation before you. How can you be so reckless and do something that doesn't know your own limit? If you act recklessly, you will bring the Tianqin clan to a point of no return." The patriarch glared at Qin Shao and growled. Qin Shao was the chosen successor of the Tianqin clan, so he could not allow his son to be so reckless. "Father, are we just going to watch as my sister marries a bandit?" Qin Shao refused to accept this and retorted. The patriarch sighed. "Shaoer, don't be in such a hurry. The great elder has already gone to Coiling Dragon Mountain to negotiate. He should be back very soon. Who knows, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation." With that, Jianchen sensed 2 tremendous presences rapidly approach the patriarch of the Tianqin clan from afar. In the end, they directly entered the Tianqin clan and made their way to the hall. 2 white-robed old men with white hair and ruddy complexions walked in from outside side by side. From their expressions, there was a trace of helplessness and regret, accompanied by a bit of anger. The upper echelon of the Tianqin clan all stood up from their chairs. They clasped their hands at the 2 great elders respectfully. "Greetings to the great elders." Jianchen sat as still as a mountain as he calmly studied the 2 great elders. The 2 great elders were extremely unfamiliar to him. They were not the same people who had escorted him to Mercenary City a few years ago. "Great elders, May I ask how the negotiations went? Are the people of the Serpent Dragon Bandits willing to release my sister? Qin Shao stared nervously at the two Grand Supreme Elders. All his hopes were pinned on these two Grand Supreme Elders. One of the great elders shook his head. The leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is determined to marry Qin to his son. Even when we offered generous conditions, they still refuse. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Since the Flood Dragon Bandits won't let my sister go, we must make them pay a heavy price for this." The third elder has already contacted the other experts to see if he can persuade them to deal with the Serpent Dragon Bandit. If we have enough strength, we can put up a fight against the Serpent Dragon Bandits, the patriarch of the Tianqin clan said in a deep voice. The Serpent Dragon Bandits had kidnapped a direct descendant of the Tianqin clan to marry the son of a bandit. This was basically a slap to the face of the Tianqin clan. If the marriage really went through, the Tianqin clan would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in Wallerant. I think the third brother will return empty-handed this time. All the experts in the nearby kingdoms know just how powerful the leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is. No one is willing to risk their lives to offend the leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. A great elder gently sighed. At this moment, another powerful presence flew over from afar and entered the hall of the Tianqin clan very quickly. The person who had come was also a white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was the Heaven Saint Master who had brought Jianshan to Mercenary City last time. He gently sighed as soon as he entered. His face was filled with helplessness. I've already contacted the Heaven Saint Masters of several large clans. They're all afraid of the leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, so they're unwilling to work with us to deal with the Serpent Dragon Bandits. This time, my Tianqin clan is destined to lose all face. Everyone in the hall felt their hearts sink when they heard that. At this moment, Jianshan stood up from his chair and clasped his hands at the three great elders. Elders, may I ask where the Serpent Dragon Bandits are? I'm willing to go to Coiling Dragon Mountain to save Miss Qin. I can't let her be humiliated. Everyone in the hall immediately stared at Jianshan, and the three great elders were no exception. However, two of them had never seen Jianshan before, so they could not help but become suspicious. Afterward, their eyes lit up as they carefully studied Jianshan. However, no matter how they studied him, they were unable to see through Jianshan's strength. This was because in their eyes, Jianshan was an extremely ordinary person. He was not a cultivator at all. However, they soon sensed an indescribable charm from Jianshan. It was as if Jianshan had fused with the world. He represented the world. The two great elders looked at each other and became rather stern. Although they saw Jianshan as an ordinary person, they obviously did not believe that Jianshan was that ordinary. Chapter 702. However, when the third great elder thought about the close relationship between Jianshan and the heirs of the hermit clans in Mercenary City, he immediately felt a sliver of joy. If Jianshan managed to invite the experts of the hermit clans, the pressure that the Serpent Dragon Bandits brought to the Tianqin clan would disappear. Not only would they be able to save their young lady, Qin, and preserve the dignity of the Tianqin clan, but the clan's reputation would also skyrocket. The other two great elders had clearly heard of Jianshan's name. They were slightly surprised and asked in surprise, "Is this brother the mercenary king who obtained first place in the last mercenary tournament, the same Jianshan who killed 4 Heaven Saint Masters outside Mercenary City all by himself?" That's right. First brother, second brother, the mercenary king who obtained first place in the last mercenary tournament was this brother. His talent is outstanding. He was only an Earth Saint Master a few years ago, but he's already become an expert of the same level as us now. His future is limitless, the third great elder praised with a smile. With that, the two great elders' gazes toward Jianshan immediately changed. They had heard of this matter before. They knew that although the young man was young, his strength was no weaker than theirs. He was even stronger than them, able to kill 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the same level all by himself. Brother Jianchen, do you really have the ability to save my sister? Qin Shao asked. Ever since he had heard about the strength of the Serpent Dragon Bandits from his father, he no longer believed that Jianchen and the 3 great elders could take on the Serpent Dragon Bandits. Jianchen nodded sternly. Don't worry, I will definitely save young lady Qin. Brother Jianchen, if you invite the experts of the Duga clan, saving Qin will obviously be a piece of cake, said the 3rd great elder. Jianchen gently shook his head with that. He knew that the great elders of the Tianqin clan probably did not know about the flame mercenaries, or perhaps they did not know his exact strength. However, when he thought about the distance between the Tianqin clan and the flame mercenaries, he immediately understood. The flame mercenaries were indeed very famous, but it would be rather difficult for them to reach the Tianqin clan. After all, they were not as famous as Mercenary City or the 8 great kingdoms of the Tian Yuan continent. There's no need to invite the people of the Duga clan. Jianchen can save young lady Qin from the Serpent Dragon Bandits all by himself, Jianchen said confidently. Since Brother Jianchen is so confident, Old Man and the other 2 will throw caution to the wind this time. We'll go with Brother Jianchen, said a great elder of the Tianqin clan. Although he did not know Jianchen's exact strength, he could not help but believe him slightly when he thought about what Jianchen had done outside Mercenary City. Perhaps the young man before him really did have the ability to save someone from the Serpent Dragon Bandits. This time, it's a matter of reclaiming the dignity of my Tianqin clan. We have to go with great fanfare. Only then can we maintain the dignity and status of the Tianqin clan, said the patriarch of the Tianqin clan confidently. He trusted Jianchen very much. After everyone made up their minds, the Tianqin clan immediately began to move. They gathered a 1,000-person group and left the Tianqin clan majestically under the lead of 3 great elders. The group walked on the streets, attracting the attention of everyone. They all wondered what the number 1 clan of Walorant City was going to do with such fanfare. The Tianqin clan did not hide their actions this time. Very soon, the news of them heading to Coiling Dragon Mountain to deal with the Serpent Dragon Bandits spread throughout Walorant City. For a moment, everyone who heard the news was shocked speechless. The Serpent Dragon Bandits were a great organization that even the surrounding kingdoms feared. Although the Tianqin clan was the number 1 clan in Walorant City, they were still far from being comparable to the Serpent Dragon Bandits. Now, they were actually going to deal with the Serpent Dragon Bandits. This was simply throwing an egg at a rock. Practically everyone who heard the news guessed the fate of the Tianqin clan. No one believed that the Tianqin clan truly had the strength to contend with the Serpent Dragon Bandit. The 1,000-person group of the Tianqin clan majestically left Walorant City before immediately increasing their speed towards Coiling Dragon Mountain. With our speed, we should be able to reach Coiling Dragon Mountain before Sister's wedding. However, just in case, we need to increase our speed, Qin Shao said with a heavy voice. Afterwards, the group sped up once again. The group quickly galloped across the plains on their magical beast mount. They left the border of the Juyia Kingdom that night and headed south. Chapter 703. With that, Jianchen gazed at the mountain in front of him. He saw that Coiling Dragon Mountain was like a pyramid standing on the ground. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Its tip was as high as the clouds. From afar, it seemed like a huge dragon coiled up there, its head already reaching into the clouds. The surroundings of Coiling Dragon Mountain were just as the patriarch of the Tianqin family had said. The terrain was precipitous, with cliffs and precipices everywhere. Furthermore, the entire mountain was covered in thick brambles, densely covering every inch of the ground. It was practically impossible to climb up. What a thick worldly essence energy! The worldly essence energy here is actually twice as thick compared to the outside world. If I were to cultivate here, my cultivation speed would not be as fast as absorbing the energy from the demon cores. However, compared to the outside world, it would still be much faster. Jianshan stared at the top of the mountain and said, "And the closer you are to the top, the denser the energy of the world is. Coiling Dragon Mountain is a spiritual mountain where the energy of the world gathers. It's the best place to establish a sect. It's a pity that it's been taken over by a group of bandits." Yeah, Coiling Dragon Mountain is the most famous mountain in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. There's no other spiritual mountain better than Coiling Dragon Mountain in this region. It's once caused countless organizations in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers to covet it. It's a pity that none of them have the power to take Coiling Dragon Mountain from the hands of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, said a great elder of the Tianqin clan. With that, Jianshan pondered for a moment before saying, "Since Coiling Dragon Mountain is so precious, I wonder if your Tianqin clan has ever thought of taking it over?" "Of course we've thought about it. There's no organization that wouldn't covet a spiritual mountain where the energy of the world is twice as dense as outside. However, the strength of the Serpent Dragon Bandits has stopped everyone from approaching Coiling Dragon Mountain." This time, the person who spoke was the patriarch of the Tianqin clan. His gaze towards Coiling Dragon Mountain was filled with undisguised desire. Jianshan glanced at the patriarch of the Tianqin clan and smiled. A spiritual mountain like this shouldn't be left in the hands of a group of bandits who only know how to burn, kill, and plunder. Otherwise, it will only harm even more people. Since your Tianqin clan wants to take over this mountain, I, Jianshan, will lend you a hand. I'll take over this mountain and gift it to you. It's getting late now, so let's go up the mountain. Jianshan ignored the shocked gazes of the Tianqin family head and the three grand elders. He urged the Class 4 magical beast mount to take the lead and head towards the only mountain path of the Coiling Dragon Mountain. "Big brother, did I hear wrong? Jianshan actually wants to take the Serpent Dragon Bandit group's Coiling Dragon Mountain, and he even wants to take it and gift it to our Tianqin clan?" The second Grand Elder murmured as he stared at Jianshan's departing figure. The Grand Elder who was referred to as Big Brother was stunned by what Jianshan had said. He stared at Jianshan in both surprise and doubt as he said softly, "I wonder just what level of strength Jianshan has reached. Is he really confident that he can deal with the boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits? The boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits is so powerful that he's basically the strongest below Saint Ruler. Or perhaps Jianshan still doesn't understand the boss's strength." The third Grand Elder hesitated before saying, "Big brother, second brother, Jianshan doesn't seem like an arrogant person. He probably has something to rely on. Let's stop discussing and follow him. We'll find out soon whether Jianshan has the ability to deal with the boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits or not." This time, Jianshan walked at the very front while the three Grand Elders followed closely behind him. Behind them was the 1,000-strong group of the Tianqin clan. The 1,000-strong group made their way up the winding path that was only 3 meters wide. They made their way to the top of the mountain. The two sides of the path were filled with dense trees and weeds. The roars of beasts would ring out from time to time in the quiet mountain forest. However, Jianshan knew extremely well that the roars of beasts did not come from real beasts. Instead, they came from people. They were using a special method to transmit information from the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, and then from the middle of the mountain all the way to the top. There was a huge manor completely constructed from marble on a wide, flat area at the top of the mountain. At this moment, the entire manor was covered in red paper. A large number of people dressed in various attires walked through the manor as they busied themselves. As the people in charge called out, they hung up large red lanterns and red wedding firecrackers all over the manor. The entire manor was filled with a heavy atmosphere of celebration. It was extremely lively. Suddenly, a disheveled young man in a wolf fur coat ran into the manor in a hurry. He directly made his way to the depths of the manor before stopping outside a hall that was heavily guarded. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Great Master, I have something important to report." "Speak." A powerful voice rang out from the hall. It was filled with supreme dignity. It was not difficult to tell from the voice that it belonged to a middle-aged man. Great Master, a group of people has come from the bottom of the mountain. They're currently making their way to the top of the mountain. There are around 1,000 of them, the disheveled young man said politely. If I've guessed correctly, they should be the Tianqin clan from Walorant City of the Zhuya Kingdom. The dignified voice rang out from the hall. However, there was some mockery in the voice this time. Great Master, you've actually guessed it right away. Nothing really can be hidden from Great Master, the disheveled young man hurriedly flattered. A disdainful sneer rang out from the hall. It's already been over 100 years since an outsider has come to my coiling dragon mountain. At a time like this, only the Tianqin clan is most likely to come to my coiling dragon mountain. I just never thought that the Tianqin clan would be so bold. Do they think that their 3 Heaven Saint Masters can threaten my coiling dragon mountain? What a joke. Pass down my orders. Get the 4 protectors of the Tianluo and Disha to lead a group of people down the mountain and defeat the people of the Tianqin clan. Chase them out of my coiling dragon mountain. Yes, Great Master. A heavy voice immediately rang out from the hall. Hold on, that might not be appropriate. My daughter-in-law is still a member of the Tianqin clan after all. If I were to kill a member of the Tianqin clan at a time like this, it would be rather inexcusable. Whatever, since they want to come, I'll get them to attend my son's wedding. Order the Tianluo and Disha to receive the esteemed guests. The Great Master suddenly changed his mind. Yes, Great Master. In an extremely warmly decorated room in the manor, the second young lady of the Tianqin clan, Qin, sat before a dressing table in a red wedding dress. Beside her, 2 female servants carefully helped her with her makeup. Qin looked at herself in the mirror with mixed feelings. She could not help but think about what had happened a few days ago. She had gone out a few days ago, but she had unexpectedly encountered the people of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. Not only had they killed off all the guards who had escorted her, they had even taken her captive to the Coiling Dragon Mountain where the Serpent Dragon Bandits resided. She had been forced to marry the Great Master's son. Originally, Qin had thought that her sudden encounter with the Serpent Dragon Bandits was purely a coincidence, but later on, she found out from the Great Master's son that it was not a coincidence at all. Instead, the Serpent Dragon Bandits had done it on purpose. The reason was that the Great Master's son had once seen her in Walorant City and had drooled over her beauty. Qin did not resist being forced to marry the Great Master's son because she knew that any resistance would be pointless and useless. However, she had already made up her mind that she would never marry the Great Master's son no matter what. Once they entered the wedding hall, she would commit suicide by biting her tongue. She was as pure as jade, so she could not allow her body to be tainted in the slightest. Even before she died, she would protect her dignity. Father, thank you for raising me for all these years. I can no longer repay you in this life. I can only repay you in my next life. Please forgive me. Brother, thank you for your care for me in these years. You will always be a great person in my heart. I hope that in the next life, you will still be my big brother. 2 clear lines of tears uncontrollably flowed from Qin's eyes. Stop. Halfway up the Coiling Dragon Mountain, the group of people from the Tianqin clan who were making their way to the peak all stopped under Jianqin's signal. Afterwards, 4 Heaven Saint Masters quickly flew over from the direction of the peak as they flickered with the unique light of the energy of the world. In the end, they stopped in front of the group of people from the Tianqin clan and looked down from above. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters all had the appearance of middle-aged men. They wore the same gray robes and their faces were filled with arrogance. They looked down with disdain, completely looking down on the Tianqin clan. Under the Great Master's orders, the Tianluo Disha has specially come to invite the Tianqin clan to participate in the young master and his daughter's wedding. Everyone, please come up the mountain. The young master and his daughter's wedding will officially begin at noon today, one of the Heaven Saint Masters coldly said to the people below. The Tianluo Disha are the 4 divine generals of the Serpent Dragon Bandit. They have been renowned for many years and are extremely powerful. I never thought that the Serpent Dragon Bandits would actually send the 4 of them, a great elder whispered into Jianshan's ear. Chapter 704. Jianshan ignored the 4 demon generals. With a wave of his hand, he led the people of the Tianqin clan toward the top of the mountain. Hold on! Suddenly, one of the 4 demon generals called out. He immediately descended from the air and stood in front of the people of the Tianqin clan. He said emotionlessly, "Everyone, outsiders have to walk if they want to climb up the mountain. Please dismount from your magical beast mounts and walk up the mountain." The upper echelon of the Tianqin clan all revealed ugly expressions. If the people of the Tianqin clan really did dismount from their magical beast mounts and walk up the mountain, they would be utterly humiliated. 4 demon generals, your serpent dragon bandits sure have a lot of face to actually want the people of the Tianqin clan to walk up the mountain. Humph, a great elder of the Tianqin clan growled. Humph, this is the only way up the mountain. If you don't want to, then hurry up and leave the mountain. There's no need for you to participate in the wedding of your daughter and young master, sneered one of the 4 demon generals. A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. Powerful killing intent radiated from him at all. He coldly stared at the 4 demon generals and sneered, "I originally didn't want to attack you here, but since you want to die, it's no longer up to me." With that, Jianshan suddenly extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Suddenly, the space around the 4 demon generals immediately froze, binding them tightly. They were unable to move at all. The 4 demon generals' faces drastically changed. They stared at Jianshan in shock. Disbelief filled their faces. With their knowledge as Heaven Saint Masters, they obviously knew that Jianshan's ability was to control spatial force. This was an ability that only saint rulers possessed. They had never thought that the extremely ordinary-looking young man before them would actually be a saint ruler. At this moment, Jianshan extended a finger and 4 strands of sword qi shot out with lightning-like speed. They struck the 4 demon generals' foreheads and passed through their heads. Even though the 4 demon generals were Heaven Saint Masters, they were unable to put up any resistance before Jianshan, who was truly a saint ruler. Jianshan only needed to move a finger to wipe out the 4 of them. Blood flowed from the 4 demon generals' foreheads as their eyes rapidly became hollow. They then powerlessly fell to the ground, lying there without moving at all. The upper echelon of the Tianqin clan was so shocked that they were speechless for quite a while. All of them stared at the 4 demon generals and Jianshan blankly. They were all silent. The 4 demon generals of the Serpent Dragon Bandits were Heaven Saint Masters. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. Even on the Tianyuan continent they would be peak experts, yet they had all died so easily right before their eyes. They all felt disbelief at such a shocking sight. They refused to believe that it was real. A while later, the great elder of the Tianqin clan finally returned to his senses. He stared at Jianshan in shock and cried out, "That was the ability to control space. That's an ability that only saint rulers who have comprehended the mysteries of the world possess. Little brother Jianshan, is it possible that you've already?" The great elder could not help but feel his mouth go dry. He dared not say the last few words no matter what. Saint ruler was a realm of cultivation that all Heaven Saint Masters could only hope to reach because the mysteries of the world were just far too difficult to comprehend. It was not something that could be reached with talent, which was why there were so many Heaven Saint Masters on the Tianyuan continent. Basically every small kingdom would have a few of them, while saint rulers were as rare as feathers. It would be difficult for a single saint ruler to appear in 100 Heaven Saint Masters. With a wave of his hand, Jianshan immediately sent the corpses of the 4 demon generals into the forest. At the same time, Si Mei's space ring landed in Jianshan's hand with lightning-like speed. Jianchen did not even glance at the items in the space ring before putting it away. He did not explain too much about his own strength and said, "The path has been cleared. Let's continue." With that, Jianchen directly made his way to the top of the mountain. Behind him, the three great elders and the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan all looked at each other in shock. Their hearts churned, unable to calm down even after a long time. They said nothing, silently following behind Jianchen to the top of the mountain. I never thought that Jianchen would have already reached Saint Ruler. It's Xiao Er's honor to have such a powerful friend. Now no one will be able to shake his position in the clan, the patriarch of the Tianqin clan murmured as he stared at Jianchen's back with mixed feelings. The rest of the journey was peaceful. Jianchen and the people of the Tianqin clan arrived at the top of the mountain without any obstructions. The deaths of the four demon generals of Tianluo and Disha did not cause any disturbances at all, so no one knew about their deaths even now. The peak of the coiling dragon mountain was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Not only was the villa decorated in red, but it was also filled with red cloth and red lanterns. Even the big trees outside the villa were hung with red lanterns and long firecrackers. As soon as Jianchen's group arrived at the top of the mountain, an old man who seemed like a caretaker immediately came out to receive them. He said to them indifferently, "Guests, the first master has already been waiting inside for quite some time. Please come in with me." Jianchen glanced at the mountain villa that was covered with the word "She" and lanterns. He said, "There's no need to go in. Hurry up and release the young lady of the Tianqin clan, and I can spare your lives." The old man's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, "It seems that you are not here to attend the young master's wedding. This old servant will go and pass on your excellency's message to the first master." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. He quickly disappeared from the villa. As soon as the caretaker vanished, a large group of people immediately surrounded them from all directions. They surrounded the people of the Tianqin clan. Every single one of them was hostile, and the leading middle-aged man was a heaven saint master. "Everyone, I hope you don't act recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," the leading middle-aged man said to everyone with a fake smile. Jianchen indifferently glanced at the leading middle-aged man and did not pay any more attention to him. With his current level of cultivation, he really could not be bothered to compete with a heaven saint master unless they did something out of line. The old man dressed like a butler quickly notified the first leader. Not long after, the first leader of the Flood Dragon Bandits walked out of the villa, followed by a large group of people like the moon surrounded by stars. The famed first master of the Serpent Dragon Bandits was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be around 40 years old. He was burly and wore blue robes. He naturally possessed the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. On his rather tanned face, there was a frightening scar, which made him seem even more vicious. The first master of the Serpent Dragon Bandits stood at the entrance of the villa and coldly stared at the people of the Tianqin clan. He smiled. "In-laws, I never thought that you'd actually come all the way to attend the wedding of your daughter and my son. It really has surprised me. When I learned that you've come to Coiling Dragon Mountain, I immediately had the four protectors of Tianluo and Disha come down to receive you. If there has been any neglect, please forgive me. In-laws, please come in. Your daughter and my son's wedding is about to begin." Li Haolong, you really do boast shamelessly. "My Tianqin clan is not your in-laws," a great elder of the Tianqin clan snorted coldly. A great elder of the Tianqin clan snorted coldly. Now that they had the support of a saint ruler, he no longer feared the Serpent Dragon Bandits at all. The boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits chuckled aloud. He did not care about what the great elder of the Tianqin clan said because he had already expected this outcome. Afterwards, he glanced past everyone and could not help but become stunned. "Where are the four protectors of Tianluo and Disha? Why haven't they come up with you?" Tian Luo and Di Sha were the 4 protectors of the Flood Dragon Bandits, but in the outside world, they were known as the 4 Demon Generals. Not only were the 4 of them powerful, but they were also unafraid of killing. Their hands were covered in blood, and countless people had died at their hand. That was why they were known as the Demon Generals. Li Haolong, there's no need for you to find the 4 Demon Generals. They'll never appear again because the 4 of them have already died at the foot of the mountain, the Great Elder mocked. Hearing this, the leader of the Flood Dragon Bandits was shocked. He stared at the Supreme Elder, who spoke and said in a deep voice, "What did you just say? The 4 protectors of Tianluo and Disha have died at the foot of the mountain?" The bandits surrounding the Tianqin clan were stunned by the Great Elder's words as well. They all looked at each other, unsure if what he said was true or not. This was because the 4 protectors of Tianluo and Disha were very famous among the bandits of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. If you don't believe me, you can send people to search the forest below the mountain. It'll be very easy for you to find their corpses. The Great Elder sneered as he stared at the First Master. Impossible. With the strength of your Tianqin clan, it's impossible for you to kill off the 4 protectors silently. The First Master of the Serpent Dragon Bandits did not believe him at all. Afterwards, he thought of something and suddenly looked at Jianchen. 2 streaks of light immediately erupted from his eyes as he glared at Jianchen. He growled, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Chapter 705. Jianchen remained calm under the sharp gaze of the first boss. He stared at the first boss in disdain and coldly said, "You don't need to care about who I am. I only have one goal in coming here today, and that is to bring the second young lady of the Tianqin clan home safely." First boss, you've already reached the peak of the 6th cycle of Heaven, Saint Master. Cultivation has not been easy, so hurry up and release the second young lady of the Tianqin clan before I develop any killing intent towards you. Brat, you sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Who do you think the first boss is? He's truly the strongest below Saint Ruler, and he's even killed several Heaven Saint Masters in a row in the past. He's a great figure in a radius of 10,000 kilometers, yet a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of the world dares to speak to our first boss like that. You really don't know how to write the word death. Arrogant brat, you must be tired of living. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly to our respected leader? Today we will not let you live. Hurry up and apologize, and we will leave you with a complete corpse. He actually dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Serpent Dragon Bandit. We can't let him leave the mountain alive today, or what will happen to the dignity of our Serpent Dragon Bandits? Yes, we can't let him leave the mountain. Even if it's the Tianqin clan, we have to make them pay a heavy price. We have to let them know that our coiling dragon mountain is not so easy to climb. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, a wave of curses immediately rang out in the surroundings. The bandits in the surroundings all stared at Jianchen viciously as they hooted. What Jianchen had said before had completely infuriated these hot-tempered and unruly bandits. If it were not for the fact that the first boss was present, they probably would have charged over and ripped Jianchen to pieces long ago. Jianchen could not help but smile coldly when he heard the curses in the surroundings. He stared sharply at the first boss who stood at the entrance of the villa and said, "First boss, the hands of all the bandits here are covered in blood. Who knows how many people have died to their hands in the past? They must have done quite a lot of bullying as well. They're a malignant tumor of the human world. I have no qualms about slaughtering you, so it's best if you don't force me to act against you." God damn it, this brat is becoming more and more arrogant. First boss, please allow me to go out and teach this brat who doesn't know his limits a vicious lesson. An old man behind the first boss could not help but step forward and ask for permission. He was an elder of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, and was known for his rash and violent temper. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd cycle of Heaven Saint Master. The first boss face became very ugly after being provoked by Jianshan time and time again. He stared coldly at Jianshan and the light in his eyes flickered. He said with a deep voice, "Elder Lu Gu, go cut off this brat's tongue." "Yes, first boss," the elder responded excitedly. He then walked out and glared at Jianshan. Powerful battle intent radiated from his body as he yelled, "Brat, your mouth is just too arrogant. If you keep it, you'll be killed sooner or later. Let your grandpa Lu Gu deal with this for you. Leave your tongue behind." Surging Saint Force surged from the elder's right hand and quickly condensed into a half-meter-long saint weapon that resembled a hook. The elder then leapt up and shot toward Jianshan with lightning-like speed. The hook-shaped saint weapon in his hand stabbed toward Jianshan's mouth. The three great elders of the Tianqin clan all sat on their magical beasts calmly. They did not plan on interfering at all. At the same time, they did not feel any fear because they had already witnessed Jianshan's strength at the bottom of the mountain. They knew that the famed serpent-dragon bandits that even the surrounding kingdoms feared were as weak as ants in Jianshan's eyes. They posed no threat to him at all. The serpent-dragon bandits have been tyrannical for several hundred years, and no one has ever dared to provoke them. Today they've poked a hornet's nest. The patriarch of the Tianqin clan hid behind Jianshan as he stared at the serpent-dragon bandits with schadenfreude. He did not worry about Jianshan's safety at all. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes as he watched the elder shoot toward him. Just as the elder's hook-shaped saint weapon approached him, he slowly raised his right hand. It seemed very slow, but it was unbelievably fast. As if he had broken through the barrier of space, he gripped the elder's hook-shaped saint weapon tightly in his hand. The old man's forward motion came to a halt. His entire body floated into the air, frozen in the same posture as before. This was not because Jianshan had restricted the old man's body with his control over space. Instead, it was because of the old man's forward momentum. The elder was slightly surprised when he saw his saint weapon being grabbed by a young man who did not even seem to be in his 20s. He snorted coldly and saint force immediately erupted from his body, gathering into his saint weapon. Immediately, the saint weapon began to shine brightly as he attempted to heavily injure Jianshan's hand with his powerful saint force. Although Jianshan's hand was slender, it was like a huge pair of pliers that tightly gripped the elder's saint weapon. No matter how the elder circulated his saint force, he was unable to break free from the restraint of Jianshan's hand, nor was he able to heavily injure Jianshan's hand. How is this possible? Is his hand immune to my saint force attacks? The elder was no longer able to maintain his previous composure. He was overwhelmed with shock. The scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. He was unable to accept this. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the great boss who stood nearby. He said in a deep voice, "The person invited by the Tianqin clan really does have some ability. However, if that's all he has, he can forget about leaving Coiling Dragon Mountain alive today. Although his body's defense is very powerful, it's no different from tofu in front of a heaven-tier battle skill." Gotcha. Suddenly, Jianshan exerted force with his wrist, forcefully breaking the elder's saint weapon. The saint weapon was connected to the owner's life. When the saint weapon was broken, the old man also suffered a great backlash. He felt as if his heart was suddenly smashed into pieces, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly paled as he was heavily injured. Elder Lu Gu. The sudden turn of events surprised all the members of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. Immediately, two elders leapt out from behind the great boss in an attempt to save the elder whose saint weapon had been broken. Jianshan sneered. He did not plan on letting Elder Lu Gu go just like that. His hand struck towards Elder Lu Ji's head with lightning-like speed. "Stop! Stop!" The two elders who had rushed over cried out, but Jianshan ignored them. His hand struck Elder Lu Ji's head with lightning speed and a strand of chaotic force entered his head, wiping out his soul. Elder Lu Ji's eyes quickly lost their luster, and his body fell limply to the ground. Kid, you're looking to die. I'll make you pay with your life for Elder Lu Go. The two elders clearly had a good relationship with Elder Lu Go. They stared at Jianchen with bloodshot eyes as they furiously roared. Without slowing down at all, they shot toward Jianchen at the same time. Two swords stabbed toward Jianchen's forehead and throat with powerful pulses of energy. Jianchen's gaze was cold, without any emotion. Only when the two swords arrived did he push his hands forward. When his hands came in contact with their saint weapons, the saint weapons of the two Heaven Saint Masters were reduced to dust from the tip to the hilt. In the end, Jianchen's hands struck their chests. Bang! With a heavy sound, the chests of the two Heaven Saint Masters immediately caved in. Jianchen's palm strike did not seem to give off any pulses of energy, but it was extremely powerful. With just a single strike, all the bones of the two Heaven Saint Masters had been shattered. Even their organs had been reduced to dust. The two Heaven Saint Masters of the Serpent Dragon Bandits were both blown away, slamming into the walls of the villa several dozen meters away. Two large holes appeared in the wall that was covered in red paper. The entire area fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. They could not be any more shocked. The three experts of the Serpent Dragon Bandits had actually been defeated in a single clash. Such strength had deeply shocked every single member of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. With that, no one dared to talk about teaching Jianchen a lesson anymore. Even the bandits surrounding the Tianqin clan began to tremble as they slowly backed away in fear. Sir, since you have such a backing, you definitely aren't a nameless person. May I ask who you are? The boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits was stern as he stared at Jianchen. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let them go or not? Jianchen answered with a question. Every single word he said was cold. The boss' face sank. Now, he truly believed that the four protectors had died to Jianchen's hands. However, he did not show any fear because he was extremely confident in his own strength. He immediately snorted coldly. First you killed 5 elders of my coiling dragon mountain, and then you heavily injured 2 elders. We don't even know if they're still alive, and you're still so arrogant. Sir, it looks like you've made up your mind to become an enemy of my coiling dragon mountain. I admit that you're very powerful, but no ordinary person can act recklessly in my coiling dragon mountain. A piece of jade had already appeared in the boss' hand. He crushed it without any hesitation to inform the experts who were in long-term seclusion in the back mountains. Chapter 706. The strength that Jianchen had displayed made the boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits feel slightly threatened. Even though he believed himself to be the strongest below Saint Ruler, he had to admit that he could not break a saint weapon like Jianchen with his bare hands. Even if he used a Heaven Tier battle skill, it would be very difficult for him to shatter a Heaven Saint Master's saint weapon. As a result, he had taken out the greatest trump card of the Serpent Dragon Bandits without any hesitation. The 14 Heaven Saint Masters were all senior members of the Serpent Dragon Bandits. Every single one of them was powerful, with the weakest being a 3rd Cycle Heaven Saint Master. They had already followed the boss for many years. However, the Serpent Dragon Bandits had been peaceful recently, which was why they had chosen to enter seclusion in the mountains. They had forgotten about breaking through. Only when the Serpent Dragon Bandits faced a great threat would the 14 of them emerge. 14 experts flew over from afar with monstrous auras. Soon, they stopped in an open space outside the villa. First, they quickly scanned the surroundings, then they walked up to the First Master, cupped their hands and said, "First Master." The arrival of the 14 experts immediately calmed down the Serpent Dragon Bandit. In their opinion, even though Jianchen was very powerful, he would not be able to fend off so many people. If so many experts attacked him together, it would be impossible for him to survive. The boss looked at the 14 experts with a smile. The arrival of the 14 people made him feel extremely confident. The mental pressure that Jianchen gave him had completely vanished. Boss, you've actually summoned all 14 of us today. Is our serpent dragon bandits facing a great threat? Among the 14 people, an old man who seemed to be the oldest asked. The old man was extremely old, and the wrinkles on his face had already completely covered his face. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak, giving off the feeling that he was an old man who was about to enter the earth and would not live for much longer. Elder Li's guess is correct. Today, our flood dragon bandits have indeed encountered some trouble. Not only were the 4 protectors of Tianluo and Disha killed, but an elder was also killed. 2 elders were heavily injured and their fate is unknown. That's why we had no choice but to invite all of you out, said the great leader. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the old man called Elderly. His gaze immediately landed on the people from the Tianqin clan. Aside from the people from the WRM bandits, there was only the people from the Tianqin clan. Moreover, from the way the two sides were facing each other, Elderly did not need to think too much to know that the people before him were enemies of the WRM bandits. Tianluo and Disha, these 4 brats aren't weak at all. I didn't expect that they would all die in your hands. Who is the one who killed Tianluo and Disha? Stand out, old man. Let me, Li Gui, have a good taste of your skills. Elder Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His hoarse voice was filled with icy coldness. When those words fell into the ears of the weaker people, they felt a chill run through their bodies. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped rapidly following the malicious spirit's words. Li Gui, you're actually a malicious spirit. You're actually still alive. A great elder of the Tianqin clan stared at Li Gui in surprise. He was not unfamiliar with Li Gui at all. 500 years ago, Li Gui was the strongest person in the WRM bandits aside from the great leader. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless when he did things, even surpassing the 4 demon generals of Tianluo and Disha. He had made a great name for himself in the region. Li Gui's gaze immediately landed on the great elder of the Tianqin clan. He sneered. I never thought that after being a hermit for so many years, there would still be people who would know of the name of the old man. It really does surprise the old man. However, the old man won't die so easily. Heaven's Saint Masters only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Li Gui, you don't have much longer to live. Another great elder of the Tianqin clan coldly said to Li Gui. Li Gui's face sank. He snorted coldly. The old man may not have reached Saint Ruler, but he has reached the peak of the 6th cycle of Heaven's Saint Master. He's only a step away from Saint Ruler. The 3 of you are only at the 2nd cycle and the 3rd cycle, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before the old man. You really don't know what's good for you. The old man will never forgive you. The air in the surroundings began to violently pulse. Li Gui had already begun to control the energy of the world with his mind. Clearly, he was about to begin. The 3 great elders of the Tianqin clan were extremely fearful of Li Gui because they were not his opponent even if they worked together. Seeing that Li Gui was about to begin, the 3rd great elder hurriedly said, Today, my Tianqin clan will follow Jianchen's lead. All of the actions of my clan will be led by Jianchen. Li Gui, if you have the ability, go through Jianchen first. Li Gui glared at Jianchen, who stood at the very front. Although he was unable to see through Jianchen's strength, he could sense an unusual presence from Jianchen with his cultivation as a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master. Kid, which organization do you belong to? Tell me your name. The malicious ghost knew that since the 3 Heaven Saint Masters of the Tianqin clan followed the young man's orders, the young man definitely had an extraordinary background or possessed the power to make the 3 Heaven Saint Masters submit to him. Li Gui had never considered the possibility of becoming a Saint Ruler because he had been stuck at the 6th cycle of Heaven Saint Master for many years. He did not even know just how difficult it was to break through to Saint Ruler. He refused to believe that the young man before him was a Saint Ruler. He's called Jianchen. Is he the Jianchen who won first place in the last mercenary tournament? Is he the mercenary king, Jianchen? There were even rumors a few days ago that he killed 4 Heaven Saint Masters outside Mercenary City all by himself. The middle-aged men behind the first boss cried out. With that, everyone knew Jianchen's identity. So he's Jianchen. No wonder he possesses such strength. The light in the first boss' eyes flickered with uncertainty. What? The mercenary king? If that's the case, you should have a heaven-tier battle skill on you. Li Gui was rather surprised by Jianchen's identity as well, but he soon sneered. Undisguised greed filled his eyes. Jianchen sneered. I do have quite a few heaven-tier battle skills on me, but I wonder if you have the ability to take them. With that, Jianchen did not look at Li Gui's expression. He stared at the first boss and said, First boss, it looks like you don't plan on handing her over. Jianchen, the serpent dragon bandits do not want to become enemies with you. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. As for letting her go, that's impossible. If the bride suddenly leaves right before the wedding, where will the dignity of the serpent dragon bandits go? The first boss paused for a moment before continuing. You may be very powerful, where regular Heaven Saint Masters won't be able to harm you, but there are over 20 Heaven Saint Masters on my coiling dragon mountain. At the same time, Elder Li and I are both peak Heaven Saint Masters. If we all attack together, do you think you can handle us? With the first boss's words, a few more Heaven Saint Masters stepped out from behind him. They stood beside the 14th Elder. Afterward, a tremendous presence radiated from them without any restraint. The presence of over 20 Heaven Saint Masters intertwined in the air, forming an extremely great pressure that swept toward Jianchen. Although they had all witnessed Jianchen's strength, they did not believe that Jianchen could take on over 20 Heaven Saint Masters all by himself, especially when 2 of them were peak Heaven Saint Masters. The presence of over 20 Heaven Saint Masters was unable to approach Jianchen at all. Just when they were a meter away from Jianchen, they seemed to be stopped by an invisible ball of energy. Jianchen's face was sunken as he glared at the 20 Heaven Saint Masters. A powerful killing intent radiated from him as he heavily said, If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly froze, trapping the 20 Heaven Saint Masters, including the first boss and Li Gui. They were unable to move at all. Sensing the change in space around them, the 20 Heaven Saint Masters of the Serpent Dragon Bandits all became extremely shocked. This is the ability to control space. Only Saint Rulers possess this ability. Why no, this is impossible. This is completely impossible. Old man has been stuck at the peak of Heaven Saint Master for over 400 years. He hasn't even comprehended a single bit of the mysteries of the world, so how did you get there first? Li Gui paled in fright. He was no longer able to maintain his composure. Saint Ruler, over the past several hundred years, he had always wanted to step into this supreme realm, but in the end, he hadn't even touched the edge of the mysteries of the world. Yet, an unbelievably young man had actually appeared before him, successfully stepping into the realm he had always dreamed of. This was hard to believe, and he didn't dare to accept it. Jianchen, why you've actually reached Saint Ruler already. How is that possible? You only participated in the mercenary competition not too long ago, so you definitely can't be over 50. How can you reach Saint Ruler so quickly? No, this is impossible. This is completely impossible. The first boss paled in fright as his heart churned. When the bandits who had surrounded Jianchen heard that Jianchen had reached Saint Ruler, all of them turned pale with fright. Their faces immediately paled from fright. Without needing any orders, they all threw away their armor and scattered. They no longer dared to surround the group of people from the Tianqin clan, fleeing far away. However, there were a few fearless people who stayed in the distance and watched. It's a pity that you found out too late. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me now. Today, I'll remove a tumor for the Tian Yuan continent. Heavy killing intent flickered in Jianqin's eyes. With a wave of his right hand, invisible world force immediately gathered in his right hand, turning into a sharp blade that he swung toward the Heaven Saint Masters. Everyone below Saint Ruler was an ant. Even 6th cycle Heaven Saint Masters could not flee from a Saint Ruler. Over 20 Heaven Saint Masters were struck by the world force and directly died. Even the 6th cycle Heaven Saint Masters were not spared. However, when the blade of world force landed on the first boss, a dazzling ball of golden light suddenly appeared. It actually nullified the world force that only Saint Rulers could control. At the same time, a mysterious power vaguely surged out of the golden light, breaking through Jianqin's frozen space. The surrounding space returned to normal. That's the first boss's defensive treasure, the golden silk armor. I never thought that it could actually block the attack of a Saint Ruler. Unbelievable. The great elder of the Tianqin clan could not help but sigh in amazement. A sliver of surprise flashed through Jianqin's eyes. He had also heard that the first boss possessed an extremely powerful armor made of golden silk, but he had never thought that it would be able to resist his world force and even break through his frozen space. He found this to be very unbelievable. Chapter 707. Primordial God Silk? Jianqin murmured. He was extremely puzzled. Clearly, he had no idea what the primordial God Silk was. However, it was obvious that it was something extremely precious since the sword spirits were so excited. To Jianqin's surprise, the first boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits actually possessed such a treasure. Master, quick, quick, quick. Go take the primordial God Silk. You can't let it end up in the hands of others. It's a supreme treasure of the world. Qing Sua's voice rang out in Jianqin's head. It was filled with urgency as well as endless joy and excitement. Jianqin recovered very quickly. Without any hesitation, he leapt off his mount and shot toward the first boss with lightning-like speed. He condensed a layer of powerful world force in his hand and sent it toward the first boss. However, what happened next shocked everyone present. As soon as Jianqin's strike approached the first boss, it was blocked by the dense, golden light around the first boss. With Jianqin's strength as a Saint Ruler, he was unable to harm the first boss at all. How is this possible? Jianqin was astounded. He stared at the golden light that blocked his hand in shock. It would have been reasonable if his attack had been blocked by the golden light earlier, because it was just a casual strike from him. Although it could kill Heaven Saint Masters, it was not particularly powerful. However, he had used his true strength in this strike, yet it had still been blocked by the primordial Godsilk. He found this very difficult to accept. When the 3 great elders of the Tianqin clan saw this scene, they were shocked speechless. The defensive power of the golden silk soft armor had far exceeded their expectations. The first boss stared at Jianqin in both shock and fear. Jianqin's identity as a Saint Ruler had indeed shocked him greatly, to the point where he could not even think about fighting back. However, when he understood that Jianqin was unable to get through his armor, he immediately became overjoyed. The pressure he felt from being a Saint Ruler rapidly vanished as a powerful battle intent rose up in him. So the defense of the armor is actually so great. Even the attacks of a Saint Ruler can't harm me. The first boss was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh aloud. Ha 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 ha, with such a treasure protecting me, so what if you're a Saint Ruler? You still won't be able to harm me. Today, I, Li Haolong, will fight 300 rounds with a Saint Ruler as a Heaven Saint Master. Let's see who wins in the end. Li Haolong immediately became extremely confident. In the blink of an eye, he no longer treated a Saint Ruler as a threat. He was extremely arrogant. Jianqin's face suddenly sank. Back when he was a Heaven Saint Master, he could forcefully take on a 4th heavenly layer Saint Ruler, yet now that he had become a Saint Ruler, he was unable to deal with a mere Heaven Saint Master. This made him feel very embarrassed. His dignity as a Saint Ruler had been challenged. "Saint Ruler, I'll let you have a taste of my heaven-tier battle skill," the first boss roared. With a roar, Saint Force surged out of his body and poured into the Saint weapon in his right hand. He began to use a heaven-tier battle skill. As soon as the heaven-ranked battle skill was used, the wind and clouds in the world immediately changed. The pressure belonging to the heaven-ranked battle skill mightily spread out from the world, enveloping the entire coiling dragon mountain. The huge pressure pressed down on the entire mountain peak, causing the weeds on the mountain peak to bend down. Even some magic beasts in the mountain forest prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. With the heaven-tier battle skill, the surroundings changed and all things submitted. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" The three great elders of the Tianqin clan became extremely stern. They immediately ordered the people of the clan to retreat quickly so that they would not be affected. The first boss had used the heaven-tier battle skill for Jianqin, so Jianqin's body was completely locked onto by the heaven-tier battle skill. The tremendous pressure gathered around him, causing the surrounding space to become viscous, as if it wanted to bind Jianqin firmly, preventing him from moving. Afterwards, a bright ball of light shot over with lightning speed. The first boss had already finished charging up his heaven-tier battle skill. He wielded his saint weapon and swung it at Jianqin with a thunderous force as it pulsed with energy that could make the world tremble. "Humph! Trying to use a heaven-tier battle skill before a saint ruler? What a joke!" Jianqin sneered as he stared at the first boss. Afterward, his body trembled slightly and the space around him that had been frozen by the heaven-tier battle skill's pressure immediately returned to normal. Afterward, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared without any warning, forming an airtight prison that trapped the first boss. The first boss' powerful attack did not approach Jianqin in the end. It only struck the barrier that trapped him. The barrier immediately trembled slightly before returning to normal. The vast energy from the first boss' saint weapon was immediately absorbed by the barrier like a whale sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, the barrier dissolved the power of the heaven-tier battle skill. Not only did the first boss' heaven-tier battle skill fail to injure Jianqin at all, it did not even cause a ripple before dispersing. Everyone below Saint Ruler was an ant. Although the first boss was protected by the primordial godsilk, making it very difficult for Saint Rulers to injure him, he was unable to pose any threat to Saint Rulers with his strength as a Heaven Saint Master. Even using a Heaven-tier battle skill would not be enough. He could not even break through a barrier cast down by a Saint Ruler. This was because the difference in power was on a completely different level. It was impossible to make up for it unless he could control chaotic force, which was even more powerful than world force like Jianqin. His face immediately changed when he saw that the heaven-tier battle skill he had unleashed with all his strength was unable to even break through a thin barrier. The confidence he had gained from the primordial godsilk was immediately dealt a heavy blow. His mood, which had just become lively, plummeted once more. "Master, the primordial godsilk is very powerful. You can only break through it with chaotic force." At this moment, Ziying's voice rang out in Jianqin's head. Jianqin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Without any hesitation, he immediately took action. With a thought, the chaotic Niden in his dantian immediately spat out strands of chaotic force, which all gathered in his right hand. As the chaotic force gathered, Jianqin's hand immediately became covered with a layer of dark light. Afterward, a destructive presence began to wreak havoc, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chaotic force surged out of Jianqin's hand, quickly condensing into a sword that stabbed toward the first boss trapped in the barrier. The sword condensed from chaotic force broke through Jianqin's barrier and stabbed toward the first boss' forehead. When it came in contact with the golden light from the primordial godsilk, it easily pierced through the light and stabbed into the first boss' forehead, wiping out his soul. With the first boss dead, the primordial godsilk on him seemed to lose all its power. The golden light rapidly vanished, vanishing without a trace very soon. The chaotic force that had condensed in Jianshan's hand rapidly dispersed, returning to his chaotic Naiden as strands of chaotic force. Afterwards, the barrier around the first boss vanished silently as well. Jianshan did not even glance at the first boss. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force struck the first boss corpse, reducing his clothes to dust. It revealed a thin set of golden clothes that seemed to be woven from silk. Are these clothes the primordial god silk? Jianshan stared at the thin set of clothes curiously as he murmured to himself. He struggled to imagine that the seemingly ordinary set of clothes would actually possess such terrifying defensive power, where it could block the attacks of saint rulers. It's this. Master, this is the primordial god silk. Put it away, Ziying excitedly called out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan immediately crouched down and removed the clothes from the first boss body. The clothes were not large, only a small vest. They were made of soft material and extremely tough. The clothes were as light as a feather, so he could not feel any weight at all when he held them. Congratulations to little brother Jianshan for obtaining the defensive treasure, the golden silk armor. The armor can block the attacks of saint rulers. If little brother Jianshan wears it, he'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. As soon as Jianshan obtained the primordial god silk, the great elder's praise immediately rang out from behind him. The three great elders and the patriarch of the Tianqin clan all looked at the primordial god silk with an extremely obscure desire. All of them were tempted by such a powerful treasure, but they did not dare to think about taking it for themselves because the strength that Jianshan had displayed was not something they dared to think about. Jianshan did not pay attention to the great elder's praise because his head was filled with the excited cries of Ziying's sword spirit. Ha ha, fantastic. I never thought that I would be able to come across the primordial god silk that can only be found through luck. This is just far too exciting. Master, you're just too lucky to have come across such a divine item. The primordial god silk is extremely rare. Qing Suo and Ziying have lived for countless years, but they've only seen a few strands. Every single strand is in the hands of extremely powerful emperors. They're primordial treasures. Ziying, Qing Suo, is the primordial god silk a material for forging the twin swords? Jianshan asked in doubt. This was the first time he had heard of the primordial god silk, so he knew nothing about its uses. Master, the primordial god silk is not a material for forging the twin swords. Instead, it's a rare material for forging worldly treasures. Once the primordial god silk is forged into a worldly treasure, its uses will be endless, said Qing Su. The primordial god silkworm is a spiritual object of the world. It is born from the laws of the world, and is born in response to calamities. As soon as it is born, it will condense all of its vital energies under the restrictions of the laws of the world and spit out the primordial god silk before immediately turning to dust. The primordial god silkworm will not appear so easily. Since it has appeared here and left behind the primordial god silk, I think this world will face an apocalyptic calamity sooner or later. The power of this world is not enough to fend it off. It needs the power of the primordial god silk to deal with it. Jianshan's face became rather stern. Ziying's sword spirit's words did not make him happy at all. Chapter 708. World-ending calamity, world-ending calamity. Is the Tian Yuan continent going to face a world-ending calamity in the near future? What is this calamity? Where does it come from? It can actually cause the laws of the world to form and the primordial god silkworm's silk to assist it. Jianshan was extremely doubtful and curious. He really wanted to know just what kind of calamity would be able to obtain the assistance of the world. Is it because of the beast god continent? The beast god continent will launch a large-scale attack on the Tian Yuan continent soon. Jianshan immediately thought of the beast god continent, but he rejected this thought soon after. Although he did not have a very clear understanding of the beast god continent's strength, He did know that even if they were more powerful than the Tian Yuan continent, they would not be the cause of the calamity. The three elders of the Tianqin clan saw how Jianchen had actually stared at the armor in a daze. They thought that Jianchen was also excited over the treasure, so one of them immediately stepped forward and smiled beside Jianchen. "Friend Jianchen, may I ask if you're satisfied with this armor? A treasure like this is extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent." The sudden voice roused Jianchen from his thoughts. Jianchen quickly dismissed his thoughts and rubbed the armor woven from the primordial god silkworm. He smiled. I'm satisfied. I'm extremely satisfied. The great elder is right. This armor is indeed an extremely rare treasure. It really is very surprising that I've obtained it today. Jianchen, the boss of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, and all the Heaven Saint Masters have died. May I ask how Jianchen plans on dealing with the remaining members of the Serpent Dragon Bandits? The second great elder of the Tianqin clan asked for instructions. He was extremely courteous. Jianchen glanced around when he heard that. He saw many bandits hiding far away on the peak of the mountain. They stared in Jianchen's direction nervously, afraid that Jianchen would give the order to kill them all. They had thought about fleeing, but the terrain of the mountain was steep, so there was only one path. The people of the Tianqin clan had completely blocked off the path, so they had nowhere to run. Don't kill me. Hero, I beg you, please spare me. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. Suddenly, one of the bandits knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jianchen. His voice was filled with pleading. With someone taking the lead, the people behind him came to their senses as well. They all copied the bandit and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing as they begged. Hero, please spare me. Li San'er also thought that you would serve me for the rest of my life. Senior, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as Senior spares me, Senior will be my second parent. I'm willing to give all my savings to Senior. In the blink of an eye, the peak of Coiling Dragon Mountain was filled with kneeling people. Various cries for mercy rang out, filling the entire mountain. Even a few Earth Saint Masters chose to kneel and beg for mercy. However, there were a few fearless men among the bandits who remained standing. Not a single trace of fear could be seen in their eyes. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, Jianchen frowned slightly. He called out, "All of you, shut up." Although Jianchen's voice was not loud, every single word was clearly heard by every single bandit. Immediately, all of them fell silent. They all looked at Jianchen with pleading gazes. In an instant, the peak of Coiling Dragon Mountain fell into complete silence. Jianchen glanced around and said, "If you want to live, then immediately go and get the second young lady of the Tianqin clan to come out unscathed." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, the bandits who were kneeling on the ground immediately scattered. All of them ran toward the villa as quickly as they could, trying to be the first person to get the second young lady of the Tianqin clan out unscathed. This was probably their only chance at survival. Figures flickered in the surroundings. All of the bandits ran in the same direction, and there were even many Earth Saint Masters among them. Very soon, the second miss of the Tianqin clan, who wore a red wedding dress, walked out of the manor like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Her face was still filled with confusion. Clearly, she still did not understand what had happened. "Senior, we've already brought the second young lady out unscathed. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." As soon as the group of bandits brought out the confused second young lady of the Tianqin clan, they immediately began to beg Jianchen for mercy. Their eyes burned with a strong desire to live. At this moment, the second young lady discovered Jianchen's group as well. Her gaze then shifted to the dead Heaven Saint Masters on the ground. When she saw the first boss, she immediately came to a realization. She understood everything. Two clear streams of tears uncontrollably rolled down the young lady's face. Even though she found it very difficult to believe, the scene before her clearly told her that she had been saved. "Sister!" Qin Shao immediately leaped down from his magical beast mount and arrived in front of the second miss in a few leaps. With an excited expression, he grabbed the second miss's shoulder and said, "Second sister, Big Brother and Father have come to save you. Now, the Flood Dragon Bandit Group's first master and all the experts are dead. Second sister, you are safe now. You don't need to marry that first master's son anymore." The second miss of the Tianqin clan was beside herself with excitement. She was unable to accept the sudden turn of events. She found it hard to imagine that the Tianqin clan would actually be able to save her with just their strength. Moreover, they had even killed so many experts from the WYRM bandit. "Qin, you've suffered in the past few days." The patriarch of the Tianqin clan also arrived before the second young lady. His voice was filled with concern. At this moment, Qin Shao suddenly arrived before Jianchen while holding the second young lady's hand. He emotionally said, "Sister, it's all thanks to Brother Jianchen's assistance this time. If it weren't for Brother Jianchen's assistance, our Tianqin clan would not have been able to fend off the Serpent Dragon bandits. You probably don't know, but Brother Jianchen's strength has already increased by leaps and bounds. He's become a saint ruler. He only needs to move a finger and over 20 heaven saint masters of the Serpent Dragon bandits will be dead." When the second young lady heard the two words saint ruler, her body violently trembled. She then stared at Jianchen in disbelief. She found it very difficult to believe that Jianchen, who was even younger than her brother, had already become a saint ruler. At that moment, Jianchen's figure had already become extremely large in the heart of the second young lady of the Tianqin clan. Silently, he had already been deeply imprinted in her head. Even though she found it very hard to believe, the second young lady still returned to her senses very quickly. She hurriedly bowed to Jianchen. "Thank you for your assistance, young Master Jianchen." Jianchen smiled and hurried up to help the second young lady up. He said, "Young Lady Qin, there's no need to be so polite. This is something that Jianchen should have done. It's not worth mentioning." The second young lady slowly stood up with Jianchen's support. Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared deeply at the handsome and masculine face right before her. Other than endless gratitude, there seemed to be something else in her eyes. Jianchen felt rather uncomfortable being stared at like that by the second young lady. He smiled and was about to say something when a clamor suddenly rang out nearby. "Let go of me! Let go of me! What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" A young man in red robes had been tied up by a few burly men. He was carried out of the manor and thrown to the ground without any politeness. He politely said to Jianchen, "Senior, he's the son of the first master." At the same time, it was his idea to bring the second young lady of the Tianqin clan here. Jianchen's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He carefully studied the young man. The young man seemed to be in his 30s. His appearance was extremely ordinary, but there was an undisguised arrogance on his face. "You bastard, it was actually your idea to capture my sister. Qin Shao will never forgive you." Qin Zhao's eyes burned with fury. He directly charged at the young man and began to beat him up, causing the young man to cry out, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? My father is the leader of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, the strongest below Saint Ruler. Do you want to die? And you people, do you want to rebel?" The young man constantly clamored while holding his head. Clearly, he did not understand the current situation. "Li Yunji, open your dog eyes and take a look. Your father is lying not far away." A burly man who had dragged the young man out cursed him without holding back. Although he was also a member of the Serpent Dragon Bandits, he had nothing to fear now that all the peak experts were dead. "What? My father is dead?" The son of the first master, Li Yunji, was surprised. At this moment, he finally saw the 20 or so corpses nearby. He immediately became stunned. "Brother Jianchen, leave this bastard to me. He actually dares to set his sights on my sister. I will never forgive him, Qin Shao said to Jianchen furiously. Jianchen obviously had no objections to Qin Zhao's suggestion. He agreed without any hesitation. Afterward, under the pressure of Jianchen's saint ruler, the serpent dragon bandits that had been rampant for several hundred years were forced to disband. Jianchen did not make things difficult for the remaining bandits and chased them off Coiling Dragon Mountain. The mountain was generously gifted to the Tianqin clan by Jianchen. News of the disbanding of the serpent dragon bandits spread very quickly. It caused an uproar in a radius of 10,000 kilometers, shocking countless people. At the same time, everyone gradually learned about the disbanding of the serpent dragon bandits from the Zhuya kingdom through the accounts of the bandit. They all knew that the Tianqin clan of the Zhuya kingdom had invited a saint ruler to deal with the serpent dragon bandits and take over Coiling Dragon Mountain. With that, the Tianqin clan's fame and status in the region rapidly increased. Becoming acquainted with a saint ruler was an extremely significant matter, making all the surrounding organizations envious. At the same time, the Tianqin clan became a great organization that could not be provoked in the region with a saint ruler behind them. Chapter 709. Jianchen left Coiling Dragon Mountain to the Tianqin clan before leaving. He directly flew to the neighboring Great Zhou Empire. He wanted to use the space gate in the Great Zhou Empire to reach the Qin Empire. It would save him quite a lot of time. Jianchen was not worried at all about whether the Tianqin clan could keep Coiling Dragon Mountain, the only spiritual mountain in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. He knew that once the news of a saint ruler supporting the Tianqin clan spread, no one in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers would dare to lay their hands on Coiling Dragon Mountain, unless there were powerful existences who did not fear saint rulers. However, even if there were such experts, they would not fall out with a saint ruler over a mere spiritual mountain. With the Tianqin clan occupying the Coiling Dragon Mountain, it could be imagined that their overall strength would rapidly increase before long. After all, the spirit qi in the Coiling Dragon Mountain was 2 times that of the outside world. Cultivating on the Coiling Dragon Mountain would result in twice the results with half the effort. Jianchen used spatial force to quickly move 10,000 meters in the air. The cat-sized white tiger was currently curled up into a ball, sleeping on Jianchen's shoulder. It was still digesting the medicinal effects in its body. The primordial god silk appeared in Jianchen's hand again. He murmured, "Although I've wasted 2 days on Coiling Dragon Mountain, I've benefited quite a lot. I've actually obtained a supreme treasure like the primordial god silk. However, what will the apocalypse that will come with it be?" Jianchen did not feel much joy after obtaining the primordial god silk. Instead, he was filled with worry. The apocalypse in the future pressured him slightly, so he was unable to feel happy no matter what. This was because he understood that since it could be called the apocalypse and the laws of the world had given birth to the primordial god silk, the calamity would definitely be extremely large and dangerous. If it was not handled properly, the entire world would probably be destroyed. Jianchen hurried back to the Great Zhou Empire with a heavy heart. At the same time, a middle-aged man stood at a junction in the depths of a mountain range with a sunken face. His face was rather pale, and there was an unconcealable haggardness on his face. He was the Gilligan king who had chased after Jianchen a few days ago in an attempt to steal the winged tiger and had been secretly repelled by Houston in the end. God damn it, how unlucky! I never thought I'd come across a human expert so easily. Jianchen, you were lucky last time, but we have to obtain the winged tiger. Even if a human expert interferes, they won't be able to turn the situation around. The Gilligan king gnashed his teeth. As soon as he thought about what had happened a few days ago, he felt lingering fear. Even from the beginning to the end, he had no idea who the supreme expert who had secretly attacked him was, but the person's strength was unquestionable. He was unable to fight back at all even with his strength as a second heavenly layer Saint King, forcing him to use a secret technique to escape. He had paid a heavy price for that, and his strength had dropped from the second heavenly layer to the first heavenly layer. All his years of hard work had gone to waste. At this moment, a few figures flickered in the distance. They quickly flew towards the Gilligan King, stopping before him in the blink of an eye. They just happened to be standing on the outskirts of the Cross Mountains. Neither side had taken a single step past the boundary. There were 5 people in total. They were all old men. 2 of them had white hair and ruddy complexions, while the other 3 were covered in wrinkles. They were extremely old. "King, may I ask why you've called us here?" One of the old men clasped his hands at the Gilligan King 5 meters away. He was extremely respectful. The Gilligan King crossed his arms and stared at the 5 of them emotionlessly. He said, "I have indeed called the 5 of you here because I need you to do something important for me. Please speak your mind." One of the old men clasped his hands respectfully. A golden light flashed through the Gilligan King's eyes, and the energy of the world before him pulsed violently. Very soon, a portrait appeared out of nowhere. The portrait had been condensed from the energy of the world according to the memories in his head. This person is called Jianchen. He comes from a small kingdom called the Kingdom of Jessen, and beside him is a snow-white tiger cub with 2 wings. Your mission is to take the tiger cub from Jianchen and give it to me, the Gilligan King said coldly. The 5 old men studied Jianchen's portrait carefully. They had already imprinted Jianchen's appearance deeply in their minds. Then one of them said, "King, may I ask what reward we will receive after this is done?" The Gilligan King raised his hand and 5 dazzling monster cores the size of fists appeared out of nowhere. With the appearance of these monster cores, the surrounding energy of the world seemed to become violent. There was even a layer of formless energy of the world circulating around the monster cores. Upon seeing the 5 dazzling demon cores, the 5 old men didn't hide their greed and covetous expressions. The Gilligan King sneered, "Here are 5 Class 7 monster cores. I'll give them to you as a deposit first. Once this is done, I'll give each of you 2 extra Class 7 monster cores." The light in the eyes of the 5 old men swelled as joy filled their faces. As long as they completed the mission, they would be able to obtain 3 extremely precious Class 7 monster cores. If they could successfully absorb the energy from the 3 Class 7 monster cores, their strength would definitely rise to a whole new level. Come back quickly. I'll wait for your good news." The Gilligan King silently vanished, only leaving behind the 5 dazzling Class 7 monster cores. The 5 old men stared at the 5 Class 7 monster cores greedily before taking one each and leaving in a hurry. In Longevity Valley, the barefooted Uncle Xiao squatted in the fields, slowly clearing the weed. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes and he said, "Xiaomi, come over here." Xiaomi, who was also clearing the weeds nearby, stood up and immediately arrived before Uncle Xiao. He asked in doubt, "Father, what's the matter?" A blood-red arrow appeared out of nowhere in Uncle Xiao's hand. He said, 5 saint rulers of our human race have colluded with the ruler of the Gilligan clan to do something detrimental to our race. Take my arrow and go to the Bloodsword sect immediately. Get the 4 protectors to personally take action and kill the 5 traitors. Father, didn't you once swear that you wouldn't interfere with the matters of the Tianyuan continent? Why have you? Xiaomi asked in doubt. Uncle Xiao gently sighed. This matter involves far too many things. I can't just stay out of it. At the same time, this matter is related to Genshin's safety, so I can't just stand by and do nothing. Genshin's strength may have increased, but he's still not the opponent of the 5 of them. Xiaomi immediately became stern when he heard that the matter was related to Genshin's safety. He said, I understand. Father, I'll go to the Bloodsword sect right now and get the 4 protectors to take action. However, who are the 5 traitors? Chapter 710. Genshin used the space gate in the Great Zhou Empire without any resistance and directly entered the Qin Empire. This time, the space gate in the Great Zhou Empire was clearly much more precise than before. It was directly located in a desolate mountain forest in the Qin Empire. Jianchun passed through the space gate and arrived at the Qin Huang Kingdom. He appeared in a mountain forest with an unfamiliar environment. He looked around and then immediately rose into the air. He took out a map from his space ring and began to examine it. A while later, Jianchun finally found his bearings. He stowed the map away and merged with the surrounding space, disappearing as a hazy blur. He hurried toward the imperial palace of the Qin Empire with great speed. 4 hours later, Jianchun had already crossed several thousand kilometers and arrived in the imperial capital of the Qin Empire. He continued to fly toward the imperial palace in the center of the city without slowing down at all. When Jianchun approached the imperial palace of the Qin Empire, the 4 imperial protectors sensed him. A voice rang out in Jianchun's ears, "Jianchun, imperial protector, please come to the Eastern Qin Heavenly Hall for a chat." At the same time, the 4 imperial protector in the Qin Empire opened their eyes at the same time. 3 of them shook slightly and disappeared. No one knew just how they had left. Jianchun immediately changed directions and shot toward the Eastern Qin Heavenly Hall as a blur. This time, only the 4 imperial protector, who were saint rulers, sensed him when he flew into the imperial palace. He did not alarm any of the Heaven Saint Masters in the imperial palace. Outside the Qin Heaven Palace in the east of the Qin Huang Kingdom, a total of 500 elite guards in golden armor stood there with their chests puffed out. They were silently guarding the Qin Heaven Palace, which held a supreme position in the royal palace. At this moment, on the spacious square outside the Qin Heavenly Palace, a figure descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He silently appeared outside the Qin Heavenly Palace without causing the slightest commotion. Even so, his arrival was still discovered by the 500 elite imperial guards. However, they were not surprised at all because they had just received a message from the imperial protector in the Qin Heavenly Hall. They knew that the 5th imperial protector of the Qin Empire, Jianchun, was about to arrive. The commander of the imperial guards immediately trotted over to Jianchun. He knelt on one knee and said with great respect, "This subordinate greets Sir Imperial Protector." "This subordinate greets Sir Imperial Protector." Behind the Imperial Guard commander, a total of 500 Imperial Guards in golden armor knelt down on one knee in unison. Their loud and clear voices echoed throughout the entire Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial palace, startling everyone in the Qin Huang Kingdom. In the imperial study in the imperial palace, the king of the Qin Empire slowly put down the book in his hand. He looked in the direction of the Qin Heavenly Hall in the east and muttered, "Could it be that Jianchun has returned?" Immediately after, His Majesty the King immediately placed the book on the table, got up and walked out of the study. His personal bodyguard immediately put the book back to its original place and followed him out. The third prince, Qin Ji, also walked out of Cloud Travel Palace. He stared in the direction of the Qin Heavenly Hall in doubt and said, "The 4 esteemed imperial protectors rarely step out of the Qin Heavenly Hall. Even if they did, they wouldn't cause such a great disturbance with their tempers. Could it be that Brother Jianchun has returned?" The third prince's eyes immediately lit up when he thought up to there. Joy filled his eyes. "I heard that Brother Jianchun has already broken through the Heaven Saint Master level and reached the supreme realm of Saint Ruler. I wonder if that's true." In the Eastern Qin Sky Hall, Jianchun ordered the Imperial Guards to rise before striding towards the Qin Sky Hall. As soon as he approached the entrance of the Qin Sky Hall, the doors opened automatically. Jianchun smiled when he saw this. With his current abilities, he could obviously sense that this was caused by a saint ruler in the Qin Heavenly Hall. The Qin Heavenly Hall was extremely quiet. Jianchun directly arrived in an extremely simple room after crossing the tall threshold. There were already 4 people sitting around a round table in the center of the room. They seemed to have been waiting for quite some time already. Jianchen knew that the four of them were the esteemed imperial protectors of the Qin Empire. At the same time, his status in the Qin Empire was all thanks to the four of them. He immediately clasped his hands at the four of them and said, "Junior Jianchen greets the four seniors." Although Jianchen was now at the same level of strength as the four imperial protectors of the Qin Empire, he was still filled with gratitude when facing the four of them. This was because if it were not for the four of them who had bestowed him the status of imperial protector when he was still a Heaven Saint Master, the kingdom of Jessen probably would not have been able to resolve the crisis so easily, nor would they have had the honor of becoming one of the 8 great nations on the continent. The 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire all stared at Jianchen. Their faces were filled with joy and relief. Although they could tell that Jianchen's talent was extraordinary, the fact that Jianchen could become a saint ruler in such a short amount of time had truly exceeded their expectations. At that moment, the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire all secretly rejoiced inside. It was fortunate that they were wise enough to allow Jianchen to become an imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Qin Empire to give birth to another saint ruler in such a short amount of time. Jianchen, we're all family now. There's no need to be so courteous. Come and sit. One of the imperial protectors smiled at Jianchen. He was extremely courteous because they all knew that Jianchen still had a lot of room for growth in the future. His future accomplishments would definitely not stop here. Jianchen, come and sit. It's been quite some time since you've become the 5th imperial protector of the Qin Empire, but we still haven't had a proper chat with you. Let's use this opportunity to catch up. Another imperial protector kindly invited Jianchen to sit. Jianchen smiled freely and did not hold back. He directly walked to the round table and sat down in the only empty seat. He began to chat with the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire. After a while, Jianchen learned the names of the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire. They were Qin Yunlong, Qin Qiujing, Harry, and Saxon. Qin Yunlong and Qin Qiujing were members of the imperial family of the Qin Empire. Although Harry was not a member of the imperial family, he was born and raised in the Qin Empire. As for Saxon, he was a good friend of Qin Yunlong and Qin Qiujing. He had only become an imperial protector of the Qin Empire under the invitation of his 2 good friends. Although the 4 of them came from different origins, they all had the same status in the Qin Empire. They were as close as brothers, so their relationship was extremely deep. Jianchen and the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire had a huge age difference, but they still chatted happily. As they spoke, the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire focused on explaining the saint ruler realm to Jianchen. At the same time, they passed on their cultivation experiences and comprehensions to Jianchen. They hoped to be of help to Jianchen, and they also wanted to get closer to Jianchen so that their relationship with Jianchen would become even closer. Jianchen humbly listened to the 4 imperial protectors explain the knowledge that would be helpful to Jianchen. Although he was extremely talented, the 4 imperial protectors had been saint rulers for many years after all. Their experiences and comprehensions were very helpful to Jianchen, benefiting him greatly. Jianchen and the 4 imperial protectors talked for 4 whole hours before gradually coming to an end. After a short moment of silence, Qin Yunlong cleared his throat and said, "Jianchen, the 4 of us are in such a hurry to get you back to the Qin Empire because we have something very important to discuss with you." Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He understood that the next topic was probably important, so he clasped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Chapter 711. What? The Qin Empire is actually a vassal of the Holy Emperor? Jianchen was shocked by Qin Yunlong's words. Qin Yunlong nodded solemnly and said, "That's right. Our Qin Empire is indeed a vassal of the Holy Emperor. Apart from our Qin Empire, there are 2 other powerful countries on the Tianyuan continent that are also vassal of the Holy Emperor. They are the Fire Dragon country and the Bodhi's country. These two countries are equally powerful and are not much weaker than our Qin Empire. This matter is a top secret on the Tian Yuan continent. It's impossible for ordinary people to know about it. Even among those hermit clans, not many people know about it, Harry added. Then what is the problem that your Qin Empire is facing? Is it from the Holy Emperor? Jianchen asked curiously. That's right, Qin Yunlong nodded solemnly and said, the Holy Emperor is about to change. Change? Jianchen was a little confused. Soon after, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Qin Yunlong looked at Jianchen, who was in deep thought, and said, Jianchen, the Holy Emperor is not ruled by the royal family like you think. Instead, it is jointly ruled by 3 powerful clans. The Holy Emperor is chosen from these 3 clans in turn. It can be said that the person who controls the lifeline of the Holy Emperor is not the Emperor, but the 3 clans. These 3 clans all possess the strength of ancient clans. They have always kept each other in check. The root of the problem this time is that the balance between the 3 clans in the Holy Emperor has been broken. The 3 clans have lost their balance. One of them, the Tsar clan, is now stronger than the other 2 clans. They have already begun to move. They want to move against the other 2 clans, the Kar clan and the Kara clan, and rule the Holy Emperor alone. As for our Qin Empire, we are dependent on the Kara clan, one of the 3 clans. As a dependent country of the 3 clans, the competition between them has already involved our Qin Empire and the other 2 powerful countries. We can't stay out of it alone. Therefore, in the near future, our Qin Empire may be in trouble. Hearing this, Jianchen couldn't help but recall the moment when he participated in the mercenary tournament a few years ago. He still clearly remembered that his opponent was from the Holy Emperor, a powerful opponent called Tsar. Before the start of the last match, he and Tsar had a conversation on the arena. At that time, Tsar tempted Jianchen by giving up the first place and wanted Jianchen to agree to one of his conditions. At that time, Jianchen understood that Tsar wanted him and Ming Dong to be on the same side as them, so he refused without hesitation. From Tsar's words, he could tell that this was a vortex of power struggle. However, Jianchen didn't think that after a few years, he would still be involved. It was just that his status was slightly different from before. The Holy Emperor's kingdom is my only chance to break through to the 7th step. It's a place that I, Jianchen, must go. Now I, Jianchen, have to fight for the 3 clans. Is this all fate's arrangement? Jianchen thought. Jianchen, the 4 of us originally didn't want you to get involved in this matter, but the situation right now is so severe that we can't stay. So, the Qin Empire needs your help. Qin Qiu stared at Jianchen with a serious expression. Jianchen fell silent. After a while, he said, Seniors, I, Jianchen, am the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. I have to consider the safety and future of my empire. Furthermore, I still have some matters to take care of in the Holy Emperor's kingdom. This time, why don't I use my status as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire to take care of these matters? Perhaps I'll encounter fewer obstacles. The 4 imperial protectors' faces lit up with joy. Qin Qiu smiled and said, Jianchen, with your participation, the Qin Empire's strength will increase by a lot. Oh right, I saw a saint ruler and a 7th step magical beast by your side last time. I wonder if you'll be able to obtain their assistance. As for newbies and Jeditai, I have no right to interfere with their actions. I'll ask them when I return, Jianchen replied. That's great. After the important matters were discussed, Jianchen chatted with the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire for a while. He gained a better understanding of the Holy Emperor's kingdom, and he also asked about the 7th step Radiant Saint Masters. However, the answers he received from the 4 were the same as what Bai Hai had told him. He didn't learn anything. By the time Jianchen walked out of the Qin Heavenly Palace, it was already evening. 1,000 meters in front of the palace, a group of people had been waiting for a long time. The person at the very front was the king of the Qin Empire. Behind him were a few members of the imperial family and princesses, as well as a group of Heaven Saint Masters. Greetings were naturally unavoidable when the two sides met. Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries with the king and the third prince of the Qin Empire before being politely invited to a banquet. Perhaps because Jianchen was now a saint ruler, the king treated Jianchen with a level of respect that had never appeared before. While Jianchen was drinking and chatting with the nobles of the Qin Empire, 5 old men gathered together in an unknown inn in a small kingdom several 100,000 kilometers away. However, outsiders could only see their lips constantly moving, unable to hear anything. It was as if they were speaking in a language that outsiders could not understand. I've already investigated. This Jianchen is a saint ruler, and he's quite strong. He's even established a mercenary group, which seems to be called the Flame Mercenaries or something. Other than him, there are 2 other saint rulers in the mercenary group, said an old man. Then do you know if Jianchen has a snow-white, winged cub by his side? Asked an old man beside him. The old man in charge of investigating nodded. I obviously have to investigate such an important matter, but the results haven't disappointed us. Jianchen does indeed carry a cub like this, and the cub should be what the ruler wants. Since Jianchen is the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, he must be in the group. Let's go directly to the Flame Mercenaries and hand it to the ruler as soon as possible. It'll be easier for us to obtain the 2 Class 7 monster cores. Alright, let's go directly to the Flame Mercenaries. The next morning, the core members of the Flame Mercenaries gathered in the dining hall for a meal. As a Class 7 magical beast, Newbies had been deeply attracted by the delicacies of the human world ever since he had stepped into it. As a result, he would never miss a single meal, and he would eat 10 times, or even several dozen times, more than a normal person. As a result, he was no exception. He was currently wolfing down his breakfast with Ming Dong, Yu Yu, Bai Lian, and so on. There was a tall stack of plates before him. This roasted meat tastes pretty good. I, the great Newbies, have never eaten anything so delicious before. Oh, and this pastry as well. Give me a few portions for each of the 3 meals. It's best if there's more. Newbies spoke with a muffled voice as he wolfed down the roasted meat on his plate. Great Newbies, don't worry. As long as you remain in our Flame Mercenaries, I guarantee that I'll prepare a large amount of delicious delicacies for you every day. Bai Lian smiled sweetly at Newbies. Newbies raised his head and glanced at Bai Lian. He scolded jokingly, "Little girl, how could I, the great Newbies, not know what you're thinking? You're looking down on me too much if you want to bribe me with these delicacies that can be bought with purple coins. I, the great Newbies, am a mighty Class 7 magical beast. Since when have I become so worthless?" The group chatted as they ate. After spending some time together, they all knew of Newbies' temper, so they were very respectful when they spoke. They didn't cross Newbies' bottom line, nor did they provoke Newbies' temper. Moreover, although Newbies was a Class 7 magical beast that had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, his temperament was still that of a young man. As a result, the group of people who were around the same age got along quite well. Although they weren't very close, they could at least casually exchange a few words with each other. At this moment, a guard ran in from outside and reported, "Report, there are 2 people outside. They claim to be from the Tianmu clan and want to see the captain." "What? The Tianmu clan?" Newbies asked in surprise. The people in the dining hall might not know the origins of the Tianmu clan, but Newbies, who had participated in the operation to protect the tungsten alloy mine, knew very well. "Great Newbies, what are the origins of the Tianmu clan?" Bai Lan blinked her eyes and curiously stared at the shocked Newbies. "Their origins aren't small. They're people from an ancient clan, and they seem to have a bit of a relationship with Jianchen. You should all go and receive them together," said Newbies. Soon after, the core members of the Flame Mercenaries no longer cared about eating breakfast. They all left the dining hall and walked out. When they arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, they saw a beautiful woman in her 20s who was dressed extremely flirtatiously standing outside. It was Tianmu Ling. Beside Tianmu Ling was an old woman. Her hair was white and her eyes were deep. She held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand. She seemed just like an ordinary old woman. Chapter 7:12. Within the discussion hall of the Flame Mercenaries, Tianmu Ling and the old woman were politely invited to sit down, while Bai Lian and Yu Yu passionately entertained the two esteemed guests. Tianmu Ling gracefully took a sip of tea. She glanced at Yu Yu and Bai Lian, who were even prettier than her. She said softly, "I'm Tianmu Ling. Who are you two little sisters? What's your relationship with little brother Jianchen?" "Hello, sister Tianmu Ling. I'm Bai Lian. Jianchen is my brother, and this is sister Yu Yu. She's my brother's fiancée." Bai Lian smiled faintly. "Fiancée?" Tianmu Ling murmured in a low voice. She stared at Yu Yu with a bit of surprise. She smiled and said, "I never thought that the always cold little brother Jianchen would actually have a fiancé. This is really a surprise for this little girl. However, little sister Yu Yu's temperament is refined and elegant, and she has a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Only a girl with such beauty can match little brother Jianchen." Yu Yu's pretty face blushed as she said with a smile, "Young Miss Tianmu Ling is too serious. Compared to young Miss Tianmu Ling, Yu Yu is far inferior." Tianmu Ling giggled. "Right, why don't I see little brother Jianchen? I've come here today to represent my Tianmu clan to look for little brother Jianchen." "Miss Tianmu Ling, I'm really sorry. My brother has gone to the Qin Empire for some matters 2 days ago. We don't know when he'll be back," Bai Lian said apologetically. A sliver of disappointment appeared on Tianmu Ling's face. She sighed softly and said, "It looks like I've come at the wrong time. Miss Tianmu Ling, why don't you and this senior stay here for 2 days? Jianchen should be back very soon," Yu Yu suggested. Tianmu Ling stretched her body before looking at the silent old woman beside her. She said, "Granny Wang, why don't we stay here for 2 days and wait for Jianchen to return?" The old woman looked at Tianmu Ling lovingly and smiled. "Ling can make the decision. Granny will listen to you." With that, a gleam of light suddenly flashed through the old woman's eyes. She slowly raised her head and looked into the distance. At that moment, her eyes suddenly shone with a strange light, as if she could see through the obstructions of the hall and see the situation outside. Soon afterwards, a tremendous pressure suddenly appeared in the surroundings, enveloping the entire palace. Some of the weaker people in the palace immediately felt as if they were being crushed by boulders. Not only did they become extremely heavy, but they also found it difficult to breathe. Bai Lian and Yu Yu were also affected in the discussion hall. Their faces suddenly paled, and their legs became weak. They almost lost their footing and fell to the ground. The old woman sitting on the chair snorted coldly, and the dragon-head walking stick in her hand lightly tapped the ground. Immediately, the huge pressure that filled the hall dissipated into nothingness. "Is the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Jianchen, here? Come out quickly." An old voice reverberated through the sky like a thunderclap. It was deafening and resounded through the entire city. Everyone in the city could hear it. 5 figures had appeared in the sky above the Flame Mercenaries' palace at some unknown time. They stood there like gods of war. Who dares to be so presumptuous outside? A cold snort rang out from the royal palace of the Flame Mercenaries. Afterwards, 3 powerful presences appeared from the royal palace at the same time. Bihai, Jetta, and Nubis flew into the sky from the royal palace at the same time, facing off against the 5 people from 100 meters away. They blocked the presences of the 5 people. I never thought that the Flame Mercenaries would actually have 3 saint rulers. What a surprise! One of the 5 old men stared at Bai Hai's group in disdain. Bai Hai sternly studied the 5 people. He could sense their strength. 3 of them were at the 5th heavenly layer and 2 were at the 6th heavenly layer. They were so powerful that the 3 of them could not fend them off. Who are you? Why are you looking for my great-grandson? Bai asked with a heavy voice. His complexion was very ugly. The 5 old men glanced at Bai's group, but they did not find Jianchen. As a result, one of them said rather impatiently, "Call Jianchen out. We need him for something." "My great-grandson isn't here. If you want to find him, it'll be a wasted trip," Bai growled. The 5 people had come with ill intentions, so he knew that they were enemies. The 5 old men's faces sank slightly. One of them said with a hoarse voice, "What? He's not here? Then where did he go? Tell us quickly." The person spoke in a tone that allowed no resistance, as if he was directly giving orders to Bai's group. Newbies lost his cool, but as a beast of antiquity, the pride in his bones would not allow anyone to speak to him like that. Even if there were 6th heavenly layer saint rulers among them, he did not fear when his dignity was severely challenged. "Old bastard, who do you think you are? Watch your tone, or don't blame the great Newbies for being rude." Newbies coldly stared at the old man. The old man was slightly stunned. He had never thought that Newbies would dare to speak to him like that as a mere 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler. This was something that he had never encountered in all his years of life. However, the old man's face sank soon after. He stared at Newbies in shock, and powerful killing intent radiated from him. He coldly said, "You're looking to die." With that, the old man arrived before Newbies with extreme speed. He formed a claw with his right hand and reached toward Newbies' neck with lightning-like speed. The old man was a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler, so Newbies did not fear him at all. Opening his mouth, he immediately spat out a mouthful of dense, poisonous gas, which immediately enveloped the old man. At the same time, Newbies' right hand received the old man's hand fearlessly with great power. Bang! The 2 fists collided, emitting a muffled sound like muffled thunder. Both of their bodies stood there as steady as Mount Tai, and neither of them retreated in the slightest. However, the old man's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated, escaping from the poisonous gas. He stared at Newbies in shock and cried out, "What is this poison? It's so powerful that it can even injure me." Soon afterward, the old man seemed to think of something and became surprised. Why, you're not a human. You're a magical beast." Behind him, an old man at the 6th heavenly layer gently sniffed the air that was slightly poisonous. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, "This is the poison of an ancient beast, a golden-striped silver snake. He's actually a golden-striped silver snake." Hee, I heard that golden-striped silver snakes are extremely powerful and can easily defeat stronger opponents. Looks like it really is true. You can actually block an attack from a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler as a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler. Not bad at all. I wonder if you can stop 2 6th heavenly layer saint rulers working together, the other old man sneered.